The purpose of this course is to acquaint the student with the geographical, historical, political, and religious context that gave birth to the document that we commonly call the New Testament or the New Covenant. Now, this is a survey course. And if any of you have had survey courses before, you know that a survey course is a rather Mickey Mouse kind of a study where you just give a cursory perusal to the material, getting some kind of a broad picture. And that was what this particular course was designed to be. It's just a survey. However, that's not the way I'm going to teach it. We will give special attention to the life and the teaching of Jesus in its proper historical, cultural, and language context. And then we want to look at this movement that centers around Jesus, as Jesus considers himself to be the center of a new movement that he calls the kingdom. We want to pay special attention to it as we see it in its early years on Hebrew soil, and then we want to study the development of that movement as it embraces the Gentile world and moves to the West as a result of missionary activities of individuals like Paul, Barnabas, and others. And as we actually look at the document itself, we will be giving special attention to the author of each one of the documents, the date the document was written, the content of the document, although we will not necessarily be reading all of the document or giving any kind of an exegesis on any particular passage in the document, especially as we come to the epistles, but more what was the purpose of this? To whom was it written? Why was it written? What's the central message, the theme, so on and so forth, and then maybe look at some critical passages as we deal with the more difficult problems in each one of the books. And we're going to be talking about not just the text, but a historical and chronological survey of the text, looking at it in its chronological sequence as it develops, rather than as the books develop as they're listed in our New Testament text. But since it is a historical and chronological study, we're of necessity going to have to go back into the centuries before the appearance of Jesus of Nazareth on the scene, the events that are recorded for us in the New Testament, and pick up something of not just the chronology, but the history, the culture, what's happening religiously, what's happening politically, that perhaps will influence the events that we're going to look at when we come to the actual text itself. And perhaps without a knowledge of this background information, we're not going to be able to understand the information or the events that we see unfolding in the text itself. Unfortunately, there's no one good text, like a textbook, to which I could refer you for this course. I surveyed quite a number of them. I have with me quite a number of them. And all of them were lacking at some point. They, in some cases, were too technical, too detailed, too tedious, and in other cases they were too simplistic. And so rather than referring to you to a single text or using a single text as our textbook, I rather chose to put together my own course outline and to make a presentation to you from quite a number of different texts, bringing to you what I thought would be the most important of the material that we had at hand, had at our disposal. All of you get one of the copies of the little map that I photocopied off for you. A lot of material I photocopied off for you because you would not find it in any single text, and there wasn't any other way for me to present it to you. Material that I'm sure you want to keep with you other than just photocopy it off. And as we follow our course outline, point number 4 has to do with the background, the geographical setting, and this is a map of the Greco-Roman world during the 4th centuries BC and the 1st century of the present era. Using BC is before Christ. BCE is what we commonly use, which means before the common era. For AD, it's ante domino, or antes dominos, which means after Christ. And in Israel, we prefer to use CE, the common era. BC and AD are terms that are largely used in the Christian world, and you'll find in some circles, especially academic circles, if you're working in Israel, they find those terms somewhat offensive, and so we prefer to use BCE or CE. But because we're so conditioned, you may hear me say one thing and one time and say something else the other time, but you'll know what we're talking about. This is the, yes.
4th century BC to what?
The 1st century, through the 1st century of the present era. AD, CE, whatever. Now, on your map here, you notice that the names of the countries are somewhat different than they are on our modern map. On the modern map that I have here on the board, this is a map of the lands of the Bible today. It corresponds essentially to the one that I just handed out to you. We're looking over here at Egypt, the Sinai Peninsula, and of course all of the area here was known as the land of Palestine, on up into even a part of Syria, extending over into a portion of what's Mesopotamia. But today we're dealing with the countries of Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran, even perhaps encompassed a part of the southern portion of the USSR, which is no longer, and then a large part of Turkey. Turkey was a part of Asia Minor, Turkey, Greece, and then off of the map would be, of course, Italy, that you see a portion of Italy on the little map that I handed out to you. All of this is the territory now encompassed in the Greco-Roman world of the time period, first 4 centuries BCE and the first century CE that we're going to be discussing in our study. Notice that the nations, empires that are involved in this period that we call the period between the Testaments, or the silent years. This 500-year period encompasses some 7, actually we could even extend it on to 8 different empires, nations, with many different rulers. The Old Testament comes to a close when? Now, this is not a trick question. I'm not going to trick you on this one. The Old Testament, as we have it in its present form, comes to an end when? And with what book? Malachi. Now, see, I could have tricked you and said, well, it really doesn't come to an end until the book of Acts. See, because actually the 4 Gospels fall into the time frame of what we would actually call the Old Testament. You see, there can be no New Testament as long as the testator is alive.
That's right.
But I'm not trying to trick you. I'm wanting to get us here into a time frame. The last book in the Old Testament was what? Malachi. And what's the time on that? Historically, the date would be approximately when? Round figures, 400 BC. Now, it's not until somewhere around 4 to 6 BC that we're in the biographies of Jesus introduced to this person we know as Jesus, or Yeshua Menatzeret, Jesus of Nazareth, and the beginning of what we call the New Testament. So there's a 400-year time gap there between the Testaments. Now, what happens in that historical period of time? What is the historical and political climate? What's going on in the world? And do these events that are going on in the world have any bearing or effect on events that are going to happen later on down the line? Well, in 400 BC, what's happening? What empire, what kingdom is the principal power in the biblical world at that time?
We have a time when the Persian Empire is coming to an end and the rise of the Greeks to the
Exactly. Now, let's project ourselves back into that historical period and come up with a few dates. Babylon, the great empire that had conquered the city of Jerusalem, the southern kingdom of Judah, and carried the peoples away captive into Babylon, came to an end a result of the conquests of Cyrus of Medo-Persia in 538 BC. Cyrus of Medo-Persia. And who was the last king of Babylon, by the way?
Barnabas, I guess.
Well, you're exactly right, technically. Nabonidus was the last king of Babylon, but who was his son?
Yeah, Belshazzar.
Belshazzar, who was reigning in his stead. So the events recorded for us in the book of Daniel relative to the fall of Belshazzar are describing those last moments in the history of the Babylonian Empire. And Cyrus of Medo-Persia becomes the first king of the Persian Empire. The Persian Empire, we say, technically begins in 538 and extends till 332, 333, with whom? Alexander the Great. His father, Philip of Macedon. We'll talk more about them. I'm giving you just the outline now. The Greek period, 332 to 167. Now, with the death of Alexander, what happens? His kingdom is divided among his 4 captains. And these 4 captains are each given a portion of his territory. But only 2 of them are going to be important to us. The Ptolemies and the Seleucids. And then we'll talk about the Greek Empire under the Egyptian and Assyrian rule of the 2 of the 4 commanders of Alexander's empire. Again, the Ptolemies and the Seleucids.
I'm sorry, would you mind just spelling that last one for me, Roy? I don't know how to spell that.
Seleucid?
Yeah.
S-E... How?
A little louder.
Seleucidae.
Okay, that's exactly the way you spell it.
Thank you.
I heard about 3 different ways to spell it. It's S-E-L-E-U-C-I-D, Seleucid. You know how to spell Ptolemy?
Used.
Well, we'll get to all those whenever we get there. Okay. Now, the Ptolemean Seleucids fall into this Greek period, see? And in 167, we have the Maccabean period, or it's also known as the period of Hebrew independence. And that's from 167 to 63. Then we have in 63 the beginning of the Roman period. And notice how we've interjected into that Roman period the Herodian period because of its importance to us, especially with the birth of Jesus and then the events that follow afterwards and the whole Herodian family. And as a matter of fact, I've got an outline up here of the Herodian family to pass out to you because it's quite complicated. And we could have also added then into the New Testament period, but taking us out of the actual time frame in which we're going to be working, which takes us basically up to what year? About 96, with the death of the last apostle John. But shortly thereafter, we have the church moving farther and farther to the west and the beginnings of the Byzantine Empire. But we'll not go that far because it's actually beyond the historical scope of the New Testament text, and we'll just deal with these that I've mentioned to you. Under Cyrus of Medo-Persia, the Jews were given a great deal of freedom. They were accorded many favors. And almost immediately after Cyrus had conquered the Babylonian Empire, he issued a decree allowing the Jews to return back to Israel. Not only that, but he actually funded the whole expedition. Allowed them to go back and rebuild the temple. He gave them assistance in this undertaking. Special monetary grants were provided for them. And as far as we're able to ascertain, the Jews were treated quite fairly by the Persians, both in Persia, Persian territory, and in Palestine. And when we're talking about Persia, what territory is it on our map that we're talking about? Iran and Iraq, or the land of what's also called Mesopotamia. You can see on the little map that I handed out to you, the land basically around and between what's known as the Fertile Crescent, the Tigris, and the Euphrates River valleys. Ancient Persia. Naturally, they were not free. They were still subject to Persia. But as long as they recognized the supremacy of Persia and observed Persian law, they were not molested or abused in any way. When the Old Testament comes to a close, about 400 of BC, the Jewish people in Judah are still subject to Persia. Now they had returned. They set out in 537. The decree of Cyrus was issued in 538. They arrived in 536, began rebuilding the temple. It was completed and dedicated in 516. So for over 100 years, they remained subject to Persia. And this situation continued apparently without any outspoken resentment on the part of the Jews until Persian power began to wane and came quite swiftly to an end with the conquests of Alexander of Greece.
What year was that?
About 333, 332.
Okay.
Now, during the time of Persian dominance of the biblical world, her armies advanced further westward than any conquering nation before. They advanced until they reached the Aegean Sea, the western boundary of Asia. And not content with this, they even crossed the Aegean to enter into Greece, where they maintained a slight foothold for a short period of time. But when they did that, they met their fiercest opponent, the Greeks, who challenged them, drove them out of Europe, and ultimately conquered all of the territory that had once been held by Persia. This contest between the Persian Empire of the Orient and the Western world of the Greeks was one of the most far-reaching in all recorded history. What happens is that we have the confluence here in this particular period of conquest between the world of the Orient and the world of the West, the Western world, the world of the Greeks. Had Persia won this contest, think how different recorded human history would have been. Today we'd have all been Arabs and praying to Muhammad. At another time in history, it almost happened again. During the Islamic period, you remember, the late Islamic period, yes.
Muhammad wasn't on the scene until what?
Oh, no. He's not on the scene until the 7th century, see. Yeah, but he's a product of this Oriental world, the Oriental mentality. And, see, there's so much of a difference between these two cultures in thought patterns, language patterns.
This is the end of side one. Please turn the cassette over, and you're ready for...
They were strong, of the tales of the last stand, and fight to the last man, and that sort of thing. Pretty dedicated.
Well, dedication, determination, is something quite different from the actual physical weaponry itself. And I think that therein you've answered your own question.
Okay.
The Greeks that were so to influence world history began to emerge as a nation several centuries before the time of Alexander the Great. They occupied the southeastern fringe of Europe and some of the Aegean Isles and this territory called Greece, all right in here.
Now notice that today we're dealing with countries such as Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Albania. None of them currently exist, but this is a map that's several years old. But nonetheless, here in this area and encompassing some of these islands here. Now, this is going to be a world well known to Paul and others that are conducting the missionary activities as the church begins to move to the west into that particular area. The very mention of the word Greek brings to mind some of the glorious achievements of these marvelous people. They excelled in almost every area of human activity. Ancient Athens was the intellectual center of the pre-Christian era. All of the arts flourished and reached the heights of attainment unknown in previous history. Some have suggested that the Greek language was probably the most sophisticated language that's ever been developed. In philosophy, literature, sculpture, architecture, and other liberal arts, they made a contribution that basically has been unequaled by any other peoples. How many of you have had an opportunity to visit in Greece? You've been to Greece. Well, a few of you. I don't know as I would really classify myself as being a real connoisseur of art. I'm not. I admire beauty and beautiful things. But art, especially paintings, it's something I would probably never collect. I would never get all that excited about it. I still can't understand people spending $1 million for a blob of paint splashed on a piece of canvas. Doesn't make any sense to me when they could go out and buy a new motorhome or a shotgun or something. But there is a beauty about the architecture of Rome. The magnificent buildings with the columns and the capitals, Ionic and Corinthian, and the magnificent sculpture that are unparalleled in human history. There's something almost breathtaking about them, although they're over 2,000 years old. And the art, sculpture, architecture of ancient Greece has remained until this day largely unparalleled. So we're dealing with a very highly developed and sophisticated culture. And then not only art and architecture, but in thought, reason, philosophy, religion. They gave us men such as Thucydides and Aristophanes, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle. These guys are all philosophers great minds that are still studied in the major universities and educational institutions the world over. In spite of the fact that what they were saying 2,000 years ago. In the 4th century before Christ, this culture, through the efforts of Philip of Macedon, and then later on his son, Alexander the Great, was carried by these zealous disciples into the East and the Orient itself. Philip of Macedon. Macedonia was one of the chief states of Greece. Philip was the king of Macedonia until the time of his death in 334 BC. And by the way, I don't know how many of you are aware that archaeologists believe that they have discovered, this happened within the last couple of years, the tomb of Philip of Macedon in Greece. His two great ambitions were to see Greece attain a prominent place of leadership in the world and to prepare his son to fulfill his dream. And both of these ambitions were achieved to a quite remarkable degree. Alexander was a man that was destined to affect the lives, perhaps I think we can say without exaggeration, of all peoples from that day down till this. He began his career in a very vigorous fashion. After his accession in 335, he accomplished more in a brief reign of 12 years than any other man before him. Again, that we do not have a textbook, and so it's not possible for me to tell you to turn to page such and such and you'll see a bust of Alexander the Great. But these busts or statues of these emperors, rulers, empresses were remarkable likenesses. They were like photographs. And even on the coins, by the way, you have remarkable likenesses, although they'll not be so detailed as the living or lifelike image of the sculpture. But the busts that we have of Alexander
show him to be quite a handsome young man. And I'll just pass this book around. If you'll just pass it back real quick and have a look at it, pass it back up. You can gaze on the visage of Alexander the Great. Coins have been minted with his image or likeness. And remember, he's a quite young man when he succeeds to the throne. Approximately 21 years of age. In several decisive battles, he defeated the Thebans, crossed over into Asia, met and defeated the forces of Darius of Medo-Persia in 2 famous battles, and then moved through Syria and Palestine on down to Egypt. On his way to Egypt, he went right through Palestine, which would take him by what? The city of Jerusalem, which he took without any apparent difficulty. And there's a tradition that he met outside of Jerusalem a group of Jewish priests that impressed him so much that he granted them special privileges for Jerusalem and the Holy City. One story has it that among the priests who met him, Alexander recognized one that had previously prophesied to him that he would conquer the world. Well, whether it's anything more than a story, we don't know, but it's a story nonetheless. From Jerusalem, he went on down to Egypt, which soon fell completely in his hands. And on the northern shore of this ancient country, he founded a great city. Unfortunately, it's not so easy to see for you on this little map, but hopefully you can see where I'm pointing from this far away. And the city was called Alexandria, one of the principal cities, very lovely port city in Egypt, even until this day. Alexandria. A city, by the way, rich in history, both the history of the Hellenistic world plus the history of the Jews. And what very important event do you know that took place at Alexandria that was later on going to affect the course of, shall we say, Jewish history? The translation of the Hebrew Masoretic text into Greek. Tradition has it that this translation was accomplished by 70 learned Jews, and therefore the translation is called what? The Septuaginta, or the Septuagint, which means the 70, after supposedly the
70 learned Jews who worked on this translation. The city still stands after having played such a prominent role in world history for the last 23 centuries. So enamored were the Egyptians of Alexander, they declared him to be Pharaoh and made him a king. A number of years ago, we were traveling through Egypt with a group of students, and I had this one Egyptian guide that was traveling with us who was quite knowledgeable on the history, the archaeology of the country, and at Karnak we were going through one of the ancient temples there. How many of you been to Egypt? Several of you been to Egypt. You know, everywhere you go, all the columns and the walls of the temples are all inscribed in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics, a language that very few people can read. And by the way, the top scholars in hieroglyphics today, Egyptian hieroglyphics, are at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. And they're largely all women. The chairman of the department is a woman. Some of the top scholars in the field today are women at the Hebrew University. But although I don't read Egyptian hieroglyphics fluently, I do read enough to make everybody think I do. And from time to time, as we'd be going along, there would be some question raised that I could answer because I could read some of the hieroglyphics. And as we were going along, all of a sudden the guy stopped and he said, "Can you read this?" And I looked at it and I said, "Yes." He said, "What's it say? Tell the people what it says." And it was a cartouche of Alexander the Great, that declared him to be not only king or Pharaoh, but also priest. They considered many times the Pharaoh to be the priest. Many of these ancient pharaohs were what we call priest kings. And we see it not only in Egypt, but you see it in other parts of the ancient world too. But it was interesting that in the cartouche you have Alexander as the pharaoh and also as a priest, the ancient Egyptian world. So the ancient Egyptians were quite enamored by Alexander, and he was one of the kings of Egypt mentioned in the king list of the kings called pharaohs. Not, however, satisfied, he took his armies back through Palestine, Syria, and then went on to meet Darius on the Assyrian plains. This was the decisive battle that brought an end to the empire of Persia. And now all of the territory belonged to Alexander.
Roy, when was the city of Alexandria established?
When was the city of Alexandria founded? I can't give you, Charlie, the exact date. I'm sure that if I'd look in an Egyptian history book, I could, but probably right in the middle of Alexander's conquest, and you're talking about a very brief period of only 12 years.
Was that time contemporary with Elijah and Elisha?
Oh, no. Elijah and Elisha are way on back.
That's what confuses me, because Naaman in some of the biblical texts says we have better rivers than this in Alexandria.
Look up the text and we'll look at it, Charlie.
Because that just hit me, and I thought that couldn't be possible.
Yeah, no, it's not. Look up the text, we'll have a look at it and see what it actually says, because you hit me with something that doesn't ring a bell with me.
But when he was healing the leper, when he was in the Jordan,
And the lepers...
he got better rivers than this back home in Syria.
Yeah, but I don't remember the Alexandria, that's what I'm saying.
Let's start with the poor translation.
Yeah, well, we'll have to look.
That's probably what's been done.
Yeah, look it up and we'll see, because I don't remember. I don't recall it. Continued his march eastward, finally moving into India itself. Now, think back then of what a problem you would have supplying an army with weapons and food and maintaining the army. And here, so far removed from home base, so to speak, these supply lines, the communication broke down, and the soldiers began to rebel. And it was here that his career of conquest came to an end. Alexander became vain, unreasonable, began to drink to excess, and finally contracted a fever, which brought on his death in Babylon in 323 BC. Died at a very young age, but in a few short years he made his mark on history in a way that no other person before or after has done. He was an unusual man, certainly not without fault. Had been a student of the philosopher Aristotle, a passionate disciple of Greek culture, but the principal driving force behind him was one that had been instilled into him by his father. He believed that somehow and in some way he had almost a divine obligation to spread the Greek culture over the ancient world. Throughout his career, Alexander seemed to be partial to the Jews. He admired their excellent qualities and granted to them in Alexandria, as well as in other cities, the privilege of citizenship and And apparently, as long as Alexander was alive, they were never the victims of discrimination or persecution. I think that we can say that because of his own convictions, he would have required them in some degree, to embrace the Hellenistic philosophy. Because we know that many of them did. And when we talk about Hellenistic philosophy, we're not talking about the Hellenistic religion, but philosophy, language, literature, art, culture. And so by the first century of the present era, it's this kind of a cultural context, that is, from the perspective of architecture and art and lifestyle, that we see many of the Jews in Jerusalem embracing, especially those who belong to the sect known as the Sadducees or the Sadducees. And it was against these people, their lifestyle, their philosophy of life, that Jesus directs many of his sayings. After his death, the situation changed dramatically. And the Jews entered very quickly into an era of some of the bitterest suffering in their long history. When Alexander died in 323 at the age of 32, 33, his empire did not survive him very long. The reason being that there was no heir capable of managing it. There was no man strong enough to succeed him and hold together this vast empire that he had molded. And so what happened? His kingdom was divided among 4 of his generals. Ptolemy, Ptolemy, Lysimachus, 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 Cassander, Cassander, and Seleucus, Seleucus, Seleucus. Now these divisions are usually called the Western or Greece proper, the Northern or the Armenian, the Eastern or the Syrian, and the Southern or the Egyptian. And we're not interested in the Western division or the Northern divisions, since the Jews are not involved in these two to any degree. But the Jewish people are very, very much affected by the other two. The Syrian, or the eastern section under Seleucus, lay directly north of the land that was called Palestine. And the southern, or the Egyptian section, under the Ptolemies. And the Jews were sandwiched in between these two powers and were passionately coveted by both the Seleucids to the north and the Ptolemies to the south. Lysimachus held Western Asia Minor. Cassander ruled Macedonia and Greece. Ptolemy took Egypt, and Antigonus, Antigonus, Antigonus was the first of the commanders of Assyria, but was taken by Seleucus the First after the Battle of Ipsus in 301 BC. Later on, the kingdom of Lysimachus is absorbed into the realm of the Seleucids. But what's important for us to note is that the Seleucids and the Ptolemies were constantly at war with one another. And this hostility between the Seleucids to the south and the Ptolemies, the Seleucids to the north and the Ptolemies to the south, kept the Jews right between the hammer and the anvil. The coastal plain of the Sharon, along what's called the Via Maris during the Roman period, or the Way of the Sea, was the corridor along which these armies marched to war. We can see it very clearly on our map here. The Seleucids here in Syria, the Ptolemies here in Egypt, and here in Israel along the coastal plain, the plain of Sharon, the armies would march into conflict between one another, and the Jews are sandwiched here in between. Ptolemy Soter, S-O-T-E-R, was at first very severe in his treatment of the Jews. Later on, he came to appreciate their good qualities, treated them with some degree of consideration. And as a result, numerous Jews achieved the places of authority and prominence. Soter was succeeded by Philadelphus, who likewise treated them fairly. This was the Philadelphus, by the way, who built the great lighthouse called Pharos, P-H-A-R-O-S, at the mouth of the Nile. And even more significant was his erection of a great library at Alexandria. And this library at Alexandria became perhaps the most important center of culture and learning in the Mediterranean world for several centuries. Does anybody know what happened to it? Yeah. By whom? No? No? Guess again. If it wasn't the Romans or the Christians, who remains? Exactement. It was burned by the Mohammedans, by the Muslims in the 7th century. During the reign of Ptolemy Philadelphus, the Septuagint that we mentioned previously was produced in Alexandria. And this was a translation of the Hebrew Masoretic text of the Old Testament into the Greek language. Now I want to emphasize something here. Hellenism had come to dominate the Mediterranean world to the extent that many of the Jews who were the Jews of the diaspora. Now what diaspora are we talking about? The diaspora that occurred when? Under whom? Nebuchadnezzar, 586 BC. See, they had been out of the land for 500 years. Well, 250 or so by the time of Alexander. Several generations. To the extent that many of them had ceased to speak Hebrew and spoke instead the Greek tongue. Devout Jews, after the division of the kingdom of Alexander, began to realize that much of their culture was being lost. That they were basically what their language was. Their religion was what the language was. And if their children were to continue in the religion and heritage of their fathers, then it was going to be imperative that the scriptures, the Hebrew scriptures, would be placed into a language they could understand. But herein we have a problem. What is the problem?
Translation?
We're dealing with two different language families. We're dealing with two different mentalities. We're dealing with this Oriental mentality on the one hand, and we're dealing with the Indo-Germanic mind of the Western world on the other. So what happens? Something muy importante. Besides that, it's important. And it's important for you to know what it is that happens. Because if you don't know this, when you come to New Testament study and New Testament exegesis, there's going to be times when you're going to be confounded and you're going to come up with the wrong answer. What is the problem?
Translation.
We're dealing with two different language families. We're dealing with two different mentalities. We're dealing with this Oriental mentality on the one hand, and we're dealing with the Indo-Germanic mind of the Western world on the other. So what happens? Something muy importante. Besides that, it's important. And it's important for you to know what it is that happens. Because if you don't know this, when you come to New Testament study and New Testament exegesis, there's going to be times when you're going to be confounded and you're going to come up with the wrong answer, if you come up with any answer at all. And that is that this is the period of classical Greek. We talk about the period of classics, the classics, classical Greek, so on and so forth. Now, Greek is not at all like the Hebrew language. Those of you that have studied in the Level 1 conference, and which we've talked about language and the Hebrew language, you know that the Greek language, on the one hand, is very idealistic. It's beautiful. It's perfectly formed. There's a symmetry in the rhythm and flow of the language. The Greeks looked out, saw the world as it was, and tried to change it to what they thought it ought to be. Where the Hebrew language, on the other hand, was very realistic as opposed to idealistic. They just took it for what it was, accepted it as what it was. The language quite different in structure, style, the mental processes, the folks of the ancient Orient, different than those of the world to the West. Which means what? Very difficult to translate concepts, ideas, thoughts from a language that's so abstract into a language that is so reasonable or rational. In addition to that, the Greek language was constantly changing. It changed from one generation to the other, almost like that. So that the Greek of the time of Alexander, that we call classical Greek, was not the same Greek as the Greek of the New Testament. Hebrew, on the other hand, is kind of a boring language, in that it just was satisfied to stay the same. There's been little change in Hebrew in 4,000 years. There's been, as a matter of fact, more change in English in the last 400 than there has in Hebrew in the last 4,000. Not so Greek. It's constantly changing. So what's the problem? The problem arises out of this fact. In the 3rd century BC, during the Hellenistic period and the time of classical Greek, these 70, according to the tradition, Jewish scholars chose certain Greek words to convey certain Hebrew ideas. And at that time, about 285 BC, the meaning of certain Greek words was fixed. This was the Greek of the Septuagint. But it's not the Greek of the 1st century. It's not the Greek of the New Testament.
Is that called modern Greek in retrospect?
No. Modern Greek is a different Greek.
So what is the New Testament, First Testament?
Well, they call it koine. Koine. But that's a fabricated term. It doesn't mean anything, and there's some Greek scholars who would tell you that there's not any such thing as Koine Greek. That what we call Koine Greek, we used to think was a form of vernacular, like that it was the language of the common man on the street. Some kind of a low form of Greek, bastardized Greek. The simple fact of the matter is, it's not even Greek at all. This is not Greek. What we look to at the New Testament we call Koine Greek is not Greek at all. It's translation Greek. It's Hebrew that has been slavishly, literally translated into Greek. And we'll demonstrate that a little later on. But the point that I want to make is that if you want to know the meaning of certain Greek words that you see in the New Testament in the Greek text, if you want to know certain ideas, certain cultural practices, you're not going to find it in New Testament Greek dictionaries. So that a dictionary such as Thayer's Greek English Lexicon, not going to give you the answer. And for that, you're going to have to go to Liddell and Scott Dictionary of Classical Greek. And unfortunately, this is not numerically indexed to anything. And in order to be able to utilize it, you've got to know at least enough of the Greek characters to be able to look up words. But the important point for us at this point in our study is to understand that as we progress into the text itself, that although it may look like Greek on the surface, it may be translated into Greek, and we may look in a Greek dictionary, a lexicon, Thayer's Greek English lexicon, trying to find the answer to our question. We're not going to find it there because we've got to go all the way back to the classical Greek in the 3rd and 4th centuries BC, into the, not just the language, but into the religion, the culture, the heritage of the Hebrew peoples. Ken,
Did they devise some terms? And here we have the classical Greek, 7th century BCE. And that's when the Septuagint wasn't it? When was the Septuagint?
285 BC.
285?
Yeah.
Well, I was trying to get my mind what happened during the time of Jesus, or shortly after when they tried to do this translation of Hebrew to Greek. Did they make terms? Did they create new terms?
What translation are you talking about?
Well, I'm not talking about translation, but in the language, well, maybe it's the first versions of the Greek Bible in the New Testament.
Mm-hmm.
Was that what you call Koine Greek, or what we used as a slang Greek?
Well, again, I don't like to use the term Koine Greek.
Well, what would you say then? What would you say?
I'd call it first century Greek, second century Greek.
Okay, I was trying to see what happened. They weren't using classical Greek. And did they devise a new...
There were new forms, new moods.
Fit the Hebrew...
That's right, new moods. No. They didn't. They're not even thinking about Hebrew over here. In the 3rd century BC, when the Hebrew text is translated into Greek by these Greek scholars, the meaning of those Hebrew words is fixed by the utilization of certain Greek words that try to convey the same idea. Now, that Greek word might also convey many other ideas that go beyond the culture or the theology or the abstractness of the Hebrew world. Example. The Greek word hypotasso, from the basic root word tasso, translated into English as submit, submission. And it's used many places in the New Testament, especially in the writings of the Apostle Paul. Let the women be in submission to their husbands and all things, all of this kind of stuff. That one word is used to translate 11 different Hebrew words. And each one of those words has a different meaning in Hebrew. So that if you want to know what submission means, you've got to know what all 11 of those Hebrew words mean. And you can't look at this word in its Greek context, because in its Greek context it may be used in some way different than what they're trying to get across from a Hebrew religious and cultural perspective. That's the reason why it's so dangerous just working with a English translation, number one, and then not having a good knowledge of the languages so that you can look these things out. Number two is because you when you try to formulate doctrine and theology and then turn around and impose it off on a group of people, it's possible that your whole theology is wrong, which in many instances it is. Yes.
My husband said that he thought he heard that Hebrew had fewer words than other languages such as Greek, and it's more a pictorial type of a language. It makes me wonder why they would take 11 Hebrew words and put just one Greek word. You know what I'm saying? Is that kind of a thing true? I don't know the language well enough. You know what I'm saying? As a Hebrew, you wonder why they took 11 Hebrew words, and because Greek has lots of words, very precise words. What is Hebrew like compared to?
Very abstract.
Hebrew is abstract.
Very abstract. Now, why did they choose just one Greek word? Because Hebrew's so abstract that if you want to try to convey all of the things that were behind this particular concept in Hebrew, you'd have to be using a whole paragraph of Greek words to do it. So they would just frequently pick out the one Greek word that might best convey this particular idea or this particular concept, and they chose that. But many times it doesn't convey it. Okay, let me give you specific. I wasn't going to do this at this time, but since you asked the question, we'll take a moment and I'll give you a specific. Now, we've done this before in some of our other classes, and this is an easy one. Some of you probably are acquainted with this already, but because you raised the issue, let's note it real quick. In Matthew chapter 6, one I want's in Matthew chapter 5, verse 43. Now this whole passage here, starting with verse 33 and so on, has to do with an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, and don't resist evil. Whoever hits you on one cheek, turn to him the left, turn to him the other. If somebody going to sue you at the law, take your coat, let him have your cloak also. Somebody compels you to go 1 mile, go with him 2, so on and so forth. And this is tough stuff for us, because that's not our nature. Somebody comes along and busts us on one side, we want to turn around and bust him. But notice this. This is the catch here. Verse 43, you heard that it hath been said, thou shalt love thy neighbor and hate thine enemy. But I say unto you, love your enemies. Bless them that curse you. Do good to them that hate you. Pray for them that despitefully use you and persecute you, that you may be the children of your Father which is in heaven. So on and so forth. Well, we've all got to be honest and admit that it's not easy to love our enemies. And especially to turn the cheek when somebody comes up and wants to hit you on one of them. Well, now, you look at this word in the Greek. And this Greek word is what? Do any of you have Greek text out there where you can find it? Huh? You've got it. You've got the Greek text, do you? Okay, good. You got it right there. here. Here, I'll give you this one here. This is the word right there. Now, who's got a numerically indexed text? Is your text numerically indexed there? That Greek text? No, it isn't. That text is not indexed. That text is not indexed. Who has a numerically indexed text? You got now, see.
What about this one? Will that
No, that's not.
to the Greek word? Right.
It'll give you some of them, but it doesn't give you all of them. There's only one Bible that is indexed to every word. Numerically indexed to every word. That's the one Jerry's got here. Let me show you this text here. Oh, you got stuff all in. Okay. This text right here, it's a big one. I didn't bring it with me because it's a large one volume in the Old Testament and the New Testament both. But this is the interlinear Bible, Hebrew, Greek, English, the whole thing. And every word in it is indexed numerically, so that you've got the numbers here that you can look up in Thayer or Brown Driver Briggs, Strong's Concordance, whatever. So, Jerry, what's the number?
2190.
Okay, so we would go to Thayer here. We're going to try to find out what an enemy means. We go to Thayer, ekthros. Ekthros is what we want. Ekthros. What's the number?
2190.
2190. Okay. See, we don't even have to know Greek to do this. We can look up 2190. Here it is, 2190. Ekthros. It says Septuagint, numerous times for Oyel, also for Tsar, several times for Sonne, for Mesane, a hater. And then we can read down here, and you can read, all down here, it's hate. Somebody that hates you, enemy, a hater, all the way down the line. There's only a paragraph that big. And the only thing that you're ever going to do from reading Thayer is to find out that an enemy means somebody that hates you. See the word ekthros here? But if I go to the classical dictionary, remember these words are fixed twin during the classical period. I go to the classical period, Liddell and Scott, unfortunately, is not numerically indexed. And I look up ekthros. I'll learn something real interesting. I can find it. That's ekthros right there, right? Okay. Is that the same word right there? Huh? Same word. Okay, ekthros. But now we're going to learn something different. Ekthros, hated, hateful person, so on and so forth. Someone hating. Hostile. Oh, well, that's the first time we learned that it meant something hostile. Now, here it says here, an ekthros is one who has been a philos, but is alienated. A philos means what? A brother. A polemios, a completely different word. A polemios means one who is at war with you. And a dusmenes is one who has long been alienated and refuses to be reconciled.
And extros means all three of those?
No. Extros just means one. It means a brother who's been alienated. A polemios means somebody who's been at war or is at war with you. And a dysmenes means a guy who's long been alienated and he refuses to be reconciled. So when Jesus comes along and says,
love your enemies.
Love your enemy, he's not talking about somebody that's at war with you. He's not talking about somebody that's out to get you. He's not talking about someone that's long been alienated and refused to be reconciled. He's talking about a brother that there's some hostility between the two of you, and that needs to be taken care of. Now, how do we know that? How do we know that? Because in Jewish law, it says that if somebody is going to kill you, you anticipate it and kill them first. It doesn't say turn the other cheek. It says if you know that somebody's going to come kill you, you anticipate it and kill them first. Be quick to kill them first. And it's called justifiable homicide. According to Jewish law, a man is under an obligation to protect his own person, that of his family, property, etc., and anyone who refuses to do so is worse than a pagan.
So you're basically saying that the translators didn't know the cultural heritage of the words and the meaning of the words that they were translating.
What translators are you talking about?
Well, anybody that's trying to translate from Hebrew into another language.
No. The guys who translated from Hebrew into Greek knew exactly what they were talking about.
And did they know the other side of the coin?
And they knew the other side of the coin, because these are Hebrew scholars. These guys are Hebrew scholars. They knew exactly what they were talking about. Where the problem comes is when our modern day scholars try to translate from the Greek into the English, and they don't know anything about the Greek, and they don't know anything about the Hebrew. They all think they're Greek scholars, see? But they don't know anything. They may know the mechanics of the language. They don't know anything about the history. They don't know anything about the culture. And they'll translate this stuff so wrong. And the interesting thing to me is that sometimes they'll translate it right in the Old Testament and get it wrong in the New Testament when it's a quote from the passage in the Old Testament. Yeah.
I have my hand up. By modern scholar, are you saying basically anyone after the 70s?
No, honey.
No.
After the 70s, you talking about?
Yeah, the 70s scholars.
Oh. Now, wait a minute. Run through that. No. I'm talking...
The language had evolved.
Yeah. I'm talking about your... what we would call basically modern day scholars from, well, more specifically from the time of the translation of the King James Bible down to the day. See, the first Bible that was translated into English was translated in the 15th century, 16th century. Wasn't it Wycliffe, 1532, somewhere along in there? And then, of course, the King James was 1611. That's the one that we basically focus in on, 1611, because it becomes the authorized version, the one that has the formal seal or stamp of approval by the king. King James, that's the reason why we call it the King James version. authorized version of the Bible. But what you might not know is that none, absolutely none, of the most ancient translations, the most ancient manuscripts that we have of Greek, the Greek text, none of the most ancient, the Codex Sinaiticus, the Alexandrinus, Beze, none of these manuscripts had even been found in 1611. And not only that, but an interesting, and I didn't bring it with me. I did bring one volume of it because it deals with something that we're going to study that will be at hand. I didn't bring it with me, but be interesting for you to read in the old Jewish encyclopedia by Singer that was published back in 1904, 1905. This happens to be an original first edition set of the old Jewish encyclopedia, and it's 1905, and you read under Bible the history of, and read the history of the English Bible, and they say, just right out, and it doesn't embarrass them to do so, that none of these ancient texts had been discovered when the King James Bible was written or translated in 1611, and they go on to say, and even if there had been, even if they had been discovered, that it was doubtful that there were any scholars at that time capable of utilizing these materials for translation purposes. That none of them knew these ancient texts well enough to work with. See, there were no scholars that were of the magnitude to use the translations had they existed. Yeah.
So basically, you're saying that the Septuagint at the time was a good translation. How would you, can you compare that as a translation to the English translations we have now? Is it cause that?
Yeah. English translations are real bad. Bad. The Greek translation, the Septuagint, the Hebrew text, is quite a good translation. Interestingly enough, the Latin Vulgate, translated by Jerome, is also a much better translation than any of the English translations.
How about Reina Valera?
Reina Valera.
That's the Spanish.
The Spanish King James? That's even worse. And the reason why is because you've gone not from Greek or Hebrew into Spanish, you've gone from a bad English translation into Spanish.
I found a lot of errors.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah.
Roy, I've heard it once, I heard it 200 times, but God wouldn't let that happen.
You know, that's that old, old easy out. Well, I do. I got a whole lot of stuff to say after that. Who said God allowed it to happen in the first place? Why do we want to blame all this stuff off on God when we're the ones that did it? God was the one who gave the injunction through all of the rabbis to study.
Then I hear, well, that's the way God wanted it then, but now He wants it this way.
Said who?
He's changing his mind.
You know, I don't mind telling them right face to face, no uncertain terms. That's nothing more than just a religious cop-out, which is all that it is. And it reminds me, of the same kind of religious cop-out of blaming this off on God or this off on the devil or God said this or the devil said that. Why don't you just admit that it was you, that you did it, and you take responsibility for it, and we're the ones that translated it, and we're the ones that need to take the responsibility for it. God didn't have anything to do with it. Not only that, God didn't direct it in His translation either. Because if He had it would have been right. Yeah.
I was just reading recently in Martin Wilson's book, said that the founders of Yale and Harvard University believed that it was absolutely necessary to know Hebrew to understand the Bible, and did everything except require it for attendance and graduation from there.
Do you know that the first, what was it, the baccalaureate, what do they call it? Commencement. The first commencement address was done in Hebrew.
Do you know something else too that I found out? And it was like the Lord showed me like that it was going to start from the east. You know, this final wave was going to come from the east. And when I was there the last time in New York, they got an old history book on that very spot that I was in, that little unseemly church that I was in, that all the other churches looked down on. That was the very spot where the first outbreaking of the Holy Spirit came, and the first thing that was taught, the first teaching that was taught was in Hebrew, on the Hebrew text. And that's where the, oh shoot, I forgot the name of the thing, Azusa Street came out of. The
Great Awakening before Azusa Street.
Yeah.
Taught in Hebrew by whom?
I don't know. I didn't find that out. I was so taken back that it was on that very spot, that very ground that I was in, that the Lord showed me. 6 years before.
Yeah, that was a Great Awakening, not Azusa Street. And Azusa Street couldn't spell Hebrew.
Yeah, that's right. It was out in New York.
Yeah.
Well, we can't overemphasize the importance of this translation. But we also can't overemphasize the importance of understanding that it's classical Greek. And you've got to get back to the classical Greek. You can't be working with a New Testament Greek text, not understanding that behind that Greek is also a Greek that is behind this Koine Greek is a classical Greek, and behind that classical Greek is a Hebrew idea with the hope of understanding everything that you're going to want to understand. So, this was a most significant event, since with this translation available, almost every person now throughout the realm had the Hebrew Scriptures at their disposal. And perhaps it was just this that laid the foundation or the groundwork for the coming of this one who was going to come as Messiah, Savior, and King. Another book that I want to call to your attention, if you haven't seen this book, I'll leave a copy of it here on the table. All of you ought to have a copy of this book. Be acquainted with it. It's called A Call to Christian Jihad. I wrote the foreword to it, The rest of it is an anthology put together by a lady by the name of May I. And May spent years doing research, putting this together. Just about 2-3 days ago, I had a phone call. Actually, it first came in the form of a letter from a longtime friend of mine, used to be one of my students at the university, now living in Oklahoma City. And he said, Roy, said, I got a friend of mine that you know, former acquaintance of yours, that just moved to Oklahoma City, and he's only been here 3-4 months, and said the Kingdom Now folks are trying to woo him into their fellowship and get him involved in what's going on in Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City is almost like Babylon. It's the center of almost every conceivable heresy that you can think of going on in the United States. And said, would you please give him a call? And I called him on the telephone that very day and talked to him for quite some time about what's going on in Oklahoma City. And one of the big focuses there right now is the Kingdom Now movement. Now, Charlie just walked in, is in Oklahoma City, and he can tell you that this has been going on for quite some time in Oklahoma City, the Kingdom Now movement, and most of your major churches in Oklahoma City and other places around the country. TBN, Trinity Broadcasting Network's one of the main bastions of the Trinity, or of the Kingdom Now people who are promulgating this heresy. Now, later on in our study, we'll touch on some of the scriptures that they use as we do an analysis of the text. I said to Carol when we were coming down here this morning, God must have some kind of a warped sense of humor when I found out we were meeting in the Trinity room. But anyway, same thing. Anyway, you might want to take a look at this, and if you would like one of these, let Lorraine know. Joanne, the answer to your question, this Macmillan Bible Atlas up here, the blue one right here, just come up and take a look at it later on, and you can find probably a map on anything and everything you could ever possibly want about the biblical text. All right, we were talking about Alexander the Great, Hellenism, the effect of Hellenism, and mentioned that after the death of Alexander, there was really no one strong enough to hold the kingdom together, so it was divided among 4 of his generals: Ptolemy, Lysimachus, Cassandra, and Seleucus. And we're principally concerned only with Seleucus, who was in charge of the kingdom to the north in Syria, and Ptolemy to the south in Egypt. We mentioned during the reign of Ptolemy Philadelphus, the Septuagint, the Greek translation of the Hebrew text, was completed at Alexandria. That was to set the stage, perhaps in a way far beyond anything we could possibly imagine, for the appearance on the historical scene of Jesus of Nazareth. In order to understand the real problem that the Jews faced during this historical period in time that we call Hellenistic. Why is the Greek period called Hellenistic? Do any of you know? No. No. No.
It's not Hellenistic?
Hmm?
And it's not Hellenistic?
We're going to send you back to Cave Junction.
I just got started.
What one of the early Greek provinces of Hella or something?
Well, I think you're probably getting close.
Forerunners of the true Greek.
What's the Greek word for Greece? Hellene means Greek. And Hellenistic is just an anglicized form of the Greek word for Greece.
But since Greece hadn't always been the same.
Oh no. No, they were all different groups. Yeah, sure.
I think one of them maybe was, and the name carried over to the whole thing.
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's just like Macedonia was one time a separate province. But Hellenistic just means the Greek period. Greek period.
Did you spell Hellene, Helleni?
No, Hellene would be, there's not any H sound in Greece. It would be Elene.
Elene.
Yeah, Hellene. Hellenism was a way of life, actually, that was completely different from that of the Jews or any other Oriental peoples, for that matter.
This is the end of...
The civilization of Greece was essentially a city product. It developed in cities, must be propagated by city communities. Why is that important for you to know? Because in the Orient, what?
I was just going to say maybe that's where the masses were.
No. In the Orient, cities were nothing more than a collection of houses and peoples that didn't have much of any kind of a formal plan in the sense of city planning, the outlaying of a city plan for expansion or development. And you see, before the Hellenistic period, peoples in the Orient largely lived on sites that today are marked by built-up mounds that we call tells. And a tell in Semitic languages just means a mound or a ruin heap. And those of you that have been with me to Israel or with somebody else to Israel, you've seen these large mounds rising up above the level of the plain that mark the site of these ancient cities. Well, from the time of the Chalcolithic period, about 4000 BC, we have the beginning of these stabled or settled communities that actually are nothing more than just a jumbled mass of houses jammed together and surrounded by a wall. And then that will remain until it's destroyed by either natural or unnatural means, and then they'll come in and build on top and on top and on top and on top until you have building up above the level of the plain what's just like a giant layer cake, which is the successive occupations of peoples over a span of probably 6 to 8 to 9,000 years. And in order to expose the history of that particular site or the peoples, then we have to go in and, just like stripping the layers off of an onion, we go in and peel back the history of the mound or the tell.
Why did they do that? Why didn't they just say, well, there was a city here, it's destroyed, I'm going to build one next door?
A couple of reasons for that. Number one was for convenience sake, because they have a lot of usable building materials that are already there. Number two was because of fortification. And the higher the mound gets, the better the fortification becomes. But then also there's a third factor, and it was the factor for the tell being there in the first place. And that is the water supply. And a lot of times these tells are built right where there's an adequate water supply, and to move far away may have been moving away from their supply of water. But because the Hellenistic civilization is so different from that of the Oriental, it's in the Hellenistic period that the peoples begin to move away from these mounds or tells. And they're largely abandoned. And they start building the modern types of cities as we know today. These cities were well planned, they were artistically built, they had elected officials, they discussed public affairs, they participated in government, and to the Greeks, life was good. It was to be enjoyed. Health was at the foundation.
What was?
Health. The focus on health. The health of the body. Physical form. The beauty of the human body itself.
And how did asceticism spring up?
Asceticism is a part of the Stoic philosophy within the context of the philosophical schools. And you'd have to see it juxtaposition to Epicureanism, see, which was, yeah. Well, in kind of a different way, kind of a different form. It wasn't so much that they believed that life is good, but that the person was basically good. There were a lot of things in life with which they were confronted that was bad. But if they suffered through, God was good, and He was going to see them through. If they were good, God was good. And it's a whole different kind of thing. They live for the now, but there's also that sense in which they're living for the future. For the Greeks, everything's right now. And they live for the now. But life is good, and it's to be enjoyed. Enjoyed to the fullest. Now we'll discuss these various philosophical schools though in a moment. They were intellectually inclined, intellectually alert. The Greek language lended itself to that very nicely, and as a result they had their schools, philosophical discussions, training centers. They had training centers for students of art, of sculpture, training centers for the development of the physical body. Kind of like health spas, I suppose you'd say. To the Greeks, a city without art was unthinkable. Now this again is opposed to the theology of the Hebrews, where their basic theology is you'll not make unto yourself any graven image, any likeness of any things on the earth, above the earth, or beneath the earth, until they come in conflict or contact with the theology of Persia, Babylonia, and then Greek. And they're more influenced by these pagan philosophies as far as art is concerned than what you might think at first glance. Hellenism was an instrument of such beauty. The language, the Greek language, so refined and precise that everything else seemed barbarous in comparison to it. The manners of living were also very different than that of the Orientals. Their dress was gaudy, with mantles, broad-brimmed hats, their emphasis on style, the attention that they gave to personal appearance. All of these things would embarrass the Jews. And the Jews thought that these things were, if not wicked, at least frivolous, and to be avoided and shunned. Pleasures of all kinds were not only legitimate, but desirable. Life was to be enjoyed today, because tomorrow may never come. And this is the reason why Epicureanism, eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow you may die, became the accepted standard of thought and behavior for most of the Greek people. Religion, as we think in terms of religion, Paul, when he preached in Athens, said, I perceive that you're a very religious people. Well, he didn't mean that in the same way in which we would mean that if we said it. They were religious only because they had all of these gods. But religion didn't mean anything to them. Religion wasn't important. It had a little place in their thought. So, the problem facing Jews under Greek control was, how can we accept Hellenism and remain loyal to the faith of our fathers? And the simple fact of the matter is that most of them couldn't. A few did. Largely, as we've already mentioned, those who belonged to the sect of the Sadducees. But the vast majority looked upon the Greek cultural, philosophical, and religious system as heathenism, and therefore something to be avoided, resisted, even unto death. The Ptolemies eventually succeeded in getting control of the land of Israel by 323 BC. And this control was never really securely established, because the Seleucids and the Ptolemies were constantly at war with one another. And the outcome was often in doubt. Within 25 years of Alexander's death, the city of Jerusalem had changed hands 7 times.
Excuse me, may I back up for a minute, Doctor?
Yep.
I lost something here thinking going on. Ptolemies took control of what by 323?
The Ptolemies are in control of the land of Israel.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
By 323. See, they're down south in Egypt. The Seleucids had control from the beginning, but they're always warring back and forth, and by 323, the Ptolemies had control, although a very tenuous one, because they're always fighting back and forth. During the 125 years that the Ptolemies had at least a nominal control, this is from 323 to 198, there were so many wars that actually an exact count can't be made. But finally, in 198 BC, the Ptolemies were defeated by the Seleucids at the Battle of Banyas. Remember Banyas? In the Greek period it was known as what? Panias. Panias. Keep that in mind. We'll talk about it a little later on in our study. At the Battle of Banyas, the Seleucids assumed control of the country, and the Jews now come under control of another race of conquerors. Antiochus III, who was called Antiochus the Great, this is 223 to 187. He was the ruler of the Seleucid kingdom when Israel is taken from the Ptolemies in 198. He attempted to conquer Egypt itself, but was unsuccessful. We don't know a lot about his treatment of the Jews. However, it appears that it wasn't all that harsh because we don't have any record of it. But following Antiochus III, Seleucus IV came to the throne. And he ruled from 187 to 176. During his reign, little or nothing of any consequence. Seleucus was succeeded by Antiochus Epiphanes, or Antiochus. Antiochus Epiphanes. E-P-I-P-H-A-N-E-S. Epiphanes. Antiochus IV was the grandson of Antiochus the Great. And he had 2 nicknames. By some he was known as Epiphanes, which means the brilliant one. The Jews called him Epimanes, which means the stupid one. And actually, there was a reason for both. And in some ways, he was brilliant. And yet in other respects he was unbelievably stupid. He was a passionate devotee of Hellenism. And his ruling ambition was to force the Hellenistic philosophy off on all of these subjects. Now keep in mind, Hellenism is more a way of life, more of a philosophy than it is a religion. And keep in mind again that to the Hellenists, religion is a very little thing. But to the Jews, it was a big thing. And it's during the reign of Antiochus or Antiochus that the Jews had to face the most critical period in their history up to this particular period of time.
What were these years?
176 is the beginning of his reign.
187.
187 is Seleucus IV. Seleucus IV came to the throne in 187 and ruled to 176.
Right. But now we're talking about...
Now we're talking about Antiochus IV.
And his rule rose from...
176 down to 167 approximately. Soon after Antiochus became king, he got in trouble with the Jews. Why? Because he appointed a high priest that the Jews wouldn't accept. And there's quite a long story about this high priest and where he came from, his background, but the Jews didn't like him. And it made Antiochus mad.
Was it not of the priestly family?
Well, he was a part of a priestly family, but not the accepted one. Since you ask, I'll give you some more information on it. A large number of Jews were led by the priesthood of Onias III, and they were loyal to the Ptolemies and to Egypt. But their opponents were from the house of Tobias, who were more liberal in their interpretation of the law, and they favored Syria. And in a conflict which arose between them, the house of Onias prevailed. And they expelled all of these people from the house of Tobias, and so these disgruntled Tobiids promptly reported their woes to Seleucus with the hint that he might be able to replenish his own empty larder with funds from the temple treasury. And Antiochus got into the middle of this fray by replacing Onias with his brother Jason, and promised to pay large sums into the royal treasury and to introduce Greek customs into Jerusalem if the Jews would register as citizens of Antioch in Syria. And this appointment of Jason was followed by the establishment in Jerusalem of a gymnasium. And they built it just right in the immediate area of the temple compound. And a lot of the priests then in the temple left the temple to go over to the games in the gymnasium. And Jason went so far as to share in the games in honor of the god of the Phoenicians by the name of Melkart, and sent gifts for the offering. And this was the thing that started the whole thing off. Then Antiochus feared that Jason wasn't going to be loyal to him, so he replaced him with Menelaus, who was another Hellenizing Jew by or of Assyrian background. Antiochus turned his army toward Egypt, trying to conquer Egypt again, and was defeated. When he defeated, he was mad, returned back to Jerusalem in a bad mood, and remember, while he was gone, something happened that's going to set him off when he gets back, or when he gets back. In 169, during this Egyptian campaign, the word came back from Egypt that Antiochus had been killed. And when the Jews heard the news, they started a big feast, festival, a time of rejoicing, only to return, or only to learn that the report was false. And when Antiochus returned, he wreaked his vengeance on the city, plundered the city of Jerusalem. The temple was plundered and converted into a shrine of the Olympian Zeus. And on December the 15th, in 168 BC, an image of Zeus was set up on the altar in the temple. And 10 days later, a sow was sacrificed in honor of the Greek god Zeus. Heathen altars were erected everywhere in the country, and the observance of heathen festivals was made mandatory. The death penalty was imposed on anyone who possessed or who read the Torah. And Sabbath observance and circumcision were forbidden. That's how it all started. with Onias, Tobias, Jason, and Menelaus. Well, of course, the situation is now intolerable. Many of them refused to join in the worship of these pagan deities and the pagan festivals. And many of the Orthodox Jews are imprisoned by Antiochus. 40,000 were slaughtered, and an equal number were sold as slaves. Then Antiochus sent out emissaries to all of the synagogues where people were assembled on the Sabbath, contrary to his injunction that the Sabbath wasn't to be observed, and systematically massacred. Thousands, tens of thousands, men, women, and children. And he finally became quite mad, to the point that he was determined to annihilate Jehovah worship in the land. A Jewish woman that defied the edict and had their children circumcised would be led through the streets with their children fastened to the neck and then thrown headlong over the steepest part of the walls of the city of Jerusalem. Antiochus made a fatal mistake. He underestimated the loyalty of the Jews to their faith. For a while, it appeared that the situation was hopeless, but such was not the case. One of the most remarkable families, perhaps in all of Hebrew history, was the Maccabean family, to which we're now introduced, M-A-C-C-A-B-E-A-N. The father of the family was an aged priest by the name of Mattathias. Mattatyahu. Actually, it's a form of Matthew. The Hellenized form would be Matthew. And he lived in a little town of Modin, west of Jerusalem, near the Philistine border. Let me see if I can find it for you on this map. This is a real small map like that. I can't. No, I can't, but it's right in here. The other side of the map is a map of Israel. Let's take it down and move it around the other way and see what we can see. Steve, have we got some Scotch tape that we can move it around this other way? Okay, that's fine. Let's see if we can find the little city of Modin. Right here. Right here. Now, I know that some of you're not close enough where you can see the map, but do you remember when we flew into Ben Gurion Airport at Lod? Lod. All right. Here is Lod here, and Modin is right here. Just a real short distance, one from the other. Modin here, Lod here, Jerusalem here. So right on the edge of the Shpela, the rolling hill country, and again we'll talk more about geography later, but a little teeny village, relatively insignificant, of no importance to us previous nor since. But it just so happened that this was the home of Mattathias and his sons. He had 5 sons: John, Simon, Judas, Eliezer, Eleazar, and Jonathan. Now this family is sometimes known as the Asmoneans or the Hasmoneans. Have you ever heard of Hasmonean? Hasmonean, Asmonaeans, Asmoneans or Hasmoneans, Has. A title that was derived from one of their ancestors, a man by the name of Asmoneus. And I wanted to mention that simply because you'll see this period referred to at times as the Hasmonean period. You want to know, where did Hasmoneus come from, or Asmoneus? Where did they come? It's all the same. The Maccabean, Hasmonean, Asmonean, all the same historical period. The period of Hebrew independence. From the Maccabean family, Asmoneus was one of their ancestors. During the darkest days of the Antiochian persecution, this is about 167, an event took place at Modin that started the revolution. An emissary of Antiochus appeared in the village to test the loyalty of the people to the king. He built an altar to Zeus, and he commanded everybody in the village to bow down and to offer sacrifices to this pagan god with the promise of a large reward. Mattathias refused to obey. And when a younger man stepped forward to obey the order, Mattathias, unable to control his anger, rushed forward and slew the young man, and then turned around and slew the priest. And of course, the die was cast. He then turned around and made an appeal to all loyal Jews to follow him and his 5 sons, and a surprisingly large number of people responded to the call. They fled to the hills and declared open war against Antiochus. Judas was selected out from the 5 sons to take leadership of this new movement, and he was a leader admirably suited for what was undoubtedly a very difficult task. He was a bold, skilled strategist who appeared and disappeared quickly. Thoroughly familiar with the contour of the countries, he knew the ravines and mountains and caves. And he's an interesting figure in this historical period of time, because one, as we look at Judas, wonders, where did he get his background? Where did he get his training? Where did he get his knowledge of military strategy, of tactics, warfare? He knew nothing of that. From what we're able to ascertain, they weren't trained Jews largely in military campaign, strategy, etc. So he must have been a man of tremendous leadership qualities, and certainly someone of lesser ability would never have been able to accomplish what he did. To give the details of all of these wars that they had with the Seleucids is far beyond the scope of our study. I'll just briefly tell of 4 victories. The Seleucid general Apollonius was sent first to crush the rebels led by Judas, and somewhere near Samaria, the capital city of Samaria, Judas met the Syrian general and his army and completely routed them. Was able to capture their supplies, a lot of military equipment. Then next, a large Syrian army led by Seron, S-E-R-O-N, tried to get through to Jerusalem through the valley of Bet Horon. The Bet Horon Valley is the principal valley that leads from Jerusalem over to the coastal plain. So this area in here would be the valley of Bet Horon. And he tried to make it through the valley over to the city of Jerusalem. Judas trapped the army and almost annihilated them. Again, he gained a lot of booty. The third attempt to crush Judas was led by 3 generals whose combined forces numbered 50,000. They attempted to go through the passageway south of Mizpah. Now, Mizpah is just to the north of the city of Jerusalem, right here at Mizpah. And there's a valley that runs right through here into Jerusalem, and between Mizpah and Jerusalem, through this valley, they tried to gain access to the city of Jerusalem. And again, Judas attacked them at dawn, took them by surprise. They fled in utter defeat. And the 4th and final army that we're going to discuss that came up against Judas was led by one Lysias, the commander-in-chief of the Syrian army. His forces numbered 60,000. Now, you have to be somewhat acquainted with the geography or the topography of the area to appreciate the size of an army of 50,000 men.
But if you're standing on top of the little fortress or the little house on Nebuchadnezzar, when you look to the left, you look to the right.
You standing on the fortress, you'd be looking this way to the ocean, looking this way to the Mediterranean Sea. Jerusalem's going to be right behind you this way, and Mizpah is slightly to your right and just behind you. Actually, Mizpah is Tel El Nazbeh, which is just right beside of the road when you're going from Jerusalem up to Ramallah, right to the side of the road. Mizpah or Tel El Nazbeh. Nazbeh being the Arabic corruption of Mizpah, just north of Hebron. Where's Hebron on the map? Right here.
Next to Bethlehem.
No, right here.
Down the street.
Just a little to the north of Hebron, Judas attacked and defeated them, and so decisively that the Syrians withdrew. And they never returned until after the death of Antiochus, about 2 years later. Taking advantage of the absence of the Syrians, Judas and his forces entered into Jerusalem, cleaned up the temple court, wept as they saw the desecration and the wreckage before them. They destroyed all of the pagan altars, repaired the altar to Yahweh, and on December the 25th, in 165 BC, the temple was rededicated to the worship of God.
This is the end of this cassette.
This particular feast became known as the Feast or the Festival of Lights, or the Feast of Dedication. In Hebrew it's called Hanukkah, or Hanukkah. It's mentioned in John, the 10th chapter, verse 22, the Feast of Dedication. Why is it called the Festival or the Feast of Lights?
Light is returned to the temple.
Okay, well, most of you know. You remember when they cleansed the temple, there wasn't enough oil to relight the golden lampstand. It wasn't a candlestick holder, it was a oil lamp that burned in the temple, and according to tradition had to burn continuously. But they didn't have enough oil for it to burn but for one day. So they filled the lampstand with the oil, prayed, they lit the lamp, and God miraculously extended or multiplied the oil so that it burned for 8 days until they could manufacture new oil. And that's the reason why there is 8 days of the festival of Hanukkah. Yes.
You said December the 25th?
Yes. December the 25th. One.
Unusually similar to Christmas.
Well,
165 BC.
see, there's absolutely no historical evidence for Christmas. There's nothing historical about Christmas. Just a date that corresponded to Greek and Roman festivals. But there is historicity behind the feast or festival of Hanukkah. But because the Jewish calendar is a lunar calendar as opposed to a solar calendar, the feast or festival doesn't always fall on the 25th. It'll fall on other days during the month. Judas next proceeded to make war on several neighboring peoples who were sympathetic with the Syrians. He defeated the Idumeans. Who do you know that was an Idumean that's going to appear later on the scene historically? Herod the Great. The Idumeans are descendants from whom? Esau. Good. Esau and the Edomites. Then he turned south and captured Hebron, crushed the Philistines, crossed the Jordan to administer decisive defeat to the Ammonites, and then conquered all the territory as far north as Damascus. And with these campaigns, Judas had gained much of what we now call, or called up until recently, as Palestine. And what happened to Epiphanes? Or Epimanes, the stupid one. Yeah, he died a very loathsome disease while breathing out threats and slaughter against his enemies. Lysias now comes back with the against the Jews with a still larger force. 100,000 infantry, 20,000 cavalry, and 32 war elephants. Judas, very wisely, decided that the best course of action was retreat. He decided not to fight, withdrew, and fled to Jerusalem. They ensconced themselves in the city and prepared to defend it when, almost like a miracle, you remember during the time of Sennacherib, when the city of Jerusalem was surrounded during the reign of Hezekiah, and it looked like all was lost. 280,000 laying siege to the city of Jerusalem. It's only 3 miles around the walls of the city. 280,000 men, they could stand arm to arm, hand to hand. Laid siege. Hezekiah prayed, and the next morning all 280,000 of them woke up dead.
Woke up dead.
And it was just like, again, a miracle happened. Lysias received word that something was happening back in Antioch, serious trouble that necessitated his immediate attention, and he withdrew. But before he did, he figured, well, I've come all of this way, and I'm not going to get to fight. So rather than the campaign being a total loss, maybe it would be well for us to sit down and come to some kind of terms of agreement. And that's what they did. They sat down and came to terms. Lysias guaranteed to the Jews the privilege of religious freedom and a form of self-rule, although they were not as yet completely politically free. True to form, the Greeks didn't keep their end of the bargain. Judas was forced once again to fight the Syrians, and he died on the battlefield in 161.
Is that Judas?
Yeah.
Is he the one the elephant fell on?
What's that?
Did he die under the elephant?
That's what it was.
Oh, that's right.
Not to my knowledge.
I think that was his brother that speared the elephant and he fell on.
What happened was that Elias saw an elephant that looked like it had Antiochus on top of it, and he went underneath and gutted the elephant and sacrificed himself. Turned out it wasn't Antiochus.
That it wasn't Antiochus.
It wasn't.
Judas died on the battlefield, and following his death, his brother Jonathan succeeded to the throne, but only for a short while, because he was murdered by a Syrian general who hoped to gain the throne. But instead, Simon, another brother of Judas, moved in and took charge. Demetrius II, who was a general, the king of Syria, needed the support of Simon, and in order to get it, sat down and came to some kind of an agreement with him. In reaching this agreement, look at this interesting chain of events. Simon was appointed as high priest, and payment of all tribute by Jews to Syria stopped forever. This pact was made in 143 BC, and with it a new era in Jewish history began, for at last they've achieved political independence. The rest of the reign of Simon was one of great prosperity. It's written in 1 Maccabees that they tilled their land in peace, the land gave her increase, and the trees of the plain their fruit. It says that Simon provided food for the cities, furnished them with the means of fortification. He strengthened all the distressed of his people. He was full of zeal for the law. Every lawless and wicked person he banished. He made the sanctuary glorious and multiplied the vessels of the temple. That's in 1 Maccabees chapter 14, verses 8 through 15. However, Simon was assassinated in 135, along with a group of his friends, by Ptolemy, his son-in-law. Ptolemy wanted to seize the throne. However, Simon's son, whose name was John Hyrcanus, Hyrcanus, Canus, John Hyrcanus, outmaneuvered Ptolemy and became the ruler, ruling from 135 to 105. And during his reign, there is a period of rapid expansion. Building. He annexed Idumea, Samaria, Perea to Judah, beautified Jerusalem. He was one of the first Jewish rulers to issue coins, to mint coins, and remains of the buildings of John Hyrcanus can still be seen in Jerusalem until this day. He also was appointed or recognized as high priest. And as high priest, he offended the strict Pharisaic party because he identified himself with the Sadducees. It's during this period now that the Pharisees and the Sadducees emerge as the two strong religious parties of the Jews. And we'll talk more about them a little later on. Suffice for us to say now that almost at every point they disagree one with the other, and the rivalry between them is frequent and bitter.
Or is this where the dilemma between them started over a descendant of David and Zadok? You know that?
Zadok. Yeah.
At this point, or back when we had Tobias and Ananias. Is that how far back it started then?
Now it goes all of the way back to Onias, Tobias.
Does it precede that, or is that just when it...
No, that's when it actually has... Yeah, and then it gradually comes on down in the midst of all of these other things that are going on. All of this religious intrigue is interwoven with the political intrigue that's happening at the same period of time. But see, the Sadducees claim to be the descendants of whom? Zadok. That Sadducee, in Hebrew, is Sadukim, from Zadok, the descendants of Zadok, the followers of Zadok, or those who belong to the religious party of Zadok. Now, the patriots, on the other hand, that stood by Judas Maccabees were known by what? At the beginning. They were the Hasidim. The ones who stood by Judas Maccabeus. As soon as they won the religious freedom, then out of this group of the Hasidim came the Pharisees. So that all of the way through, the Sadducees represent what? The religious aristocracy. Now, the antagonism between these two principal parties, the Pharisees and the Sadducees, grew so severe that it ultimately wrecked the Maccabean kingdom and forfeited the political freedom of the Jews. John Hyrcanus died in 105 B.C. and was succeeded by Aristobulus I, who just reigned for 1 year. And then he was succeeded by Alexander Yanai, who's also known as Alexander Jannaeus. Yanai Jannius, who lived until 78, and both of these were Sadducees. Yanai was vicious in his actions and severe in his treatment of the Pharisees. He hated the Pharisees. And when he died, he was succeeded by his wife. That's probably the reason why he was so mean.
I may have missed it. Dr. Blizzard, the Sadducees represented the religious aristocracy. Then, in short, in relation to that, the Pharisees, you would say, represented what?
They were more they represented more of the mainstream of orthodoxy.
In Judaism?
Yeah, in Judaism. But interesting what happens here now. Although Alexander Yanai is a liberal Democrat, his wife, Alexandra, who succeeded him, was a conservative Republican. Matter of fact, she watched Rush Limbaugh on television every night. And was strongly pro-Pharisee. And under her rule, the Pharisees are merciless in their treatment of the Sadducees. They figure they'd give them back just a little bit. When Alexandra died in 69, an era of civil war broke out between her two sons, John Hyrcanus II and Aristobulus II. And this bitter struggle dragged on for 6 years with neither one of them able to gain a decisive victory. And in 63 BC, Pompey, the Roman general, came upon the scene, and with his advent, the period of Hebrew independence came to an end.
Would you say that in Jesus dealing with the Sadducees and the Pharisees, that he probably had more trouble with the Sadducees?
Oh yeah, they're the ones who actually conspired for his death. Jesus himself. If we can't say that he was a card-carrying Pharisee, we can at least say that in spirit he's a Pharisee. See? All of his teachings are Pharisaic. Yeah. I personally am of the opinion that he actually belonged to the party of the Pharisees. But if he wasn't a card-carrying Pharisee, he at least was in sympathy with them. Yes?
Wasn't it Alexander Yanai that was for the first and only time in Judaism forced conversion on people and forced it on the Idumeans, and that's how we wind up with Herod, eventually as king of Israel.
Actually, to say that he forced conversion, I don't know. I couldn't. I don't know that much about all of the details of his reign. Did you read that someplace?
I read it too.
You read it too. Okay, well, if out of the mouth of two witnesses is the thing established. Especially if it's out of the Jewish Encyclopedia. got a list of all of this, it would be, it's kind of difficult to get all of this organized in your mind if you don't have it listed down. So let me go back over it and review, and you can just write it down, the general chronology. Yeah, have you got those? Where? Here.
Oh, there was stuff in that book.
Huh?
You went and made copies?
Oh, you went and made copies. Good, I didn't see them. Yeah. Oh, you're so sweet. Pass them out.
Didn't say pass out or pass in. Thanks. I should have said something before. I didn't want
Here's a nice little chart of the principal rulers in the period that we've just covered now.
There's a section in between the testaments of the open house that has a chronology, not quite as rich as yours. You put in some more details, but it spells out the principal people and the way it came down to where it came into the Roman period.
Yeah, a lot of them do. And it's nice to have a Bible or a study book of some kind. I think one of the best and concise little histories of that intertestamental period that I have seen is in either Haley's Bible Handbook or Unger's Bible Handbook. They've got a nice one with a listing of all of the different principal involved in the period. Okay, you can see the various rulers in Babylon, Persia, Greece, the Ptolemies, the Seleucids, and then the list of those in the Maccabean kingdom. Mattathias, and this is what I was going to give you. Judas, then Jonathan, then Simon, then John Hyrcanus, then Aristobulus the first, then Alexander Yanai, and then his mother Alexandra.
What's his mother?
Excuse me. It's Yanai's wife. Hyrcanus is her son. Aristobulus is her son. When it says Alexandra and Hyrcanus, I would have liked it better had it put Alexandra and then Hyrcanus and Aristobulus under, because the two of them are her sons. And remember, Aristobulus and Hyrcanus are continually vying for power. The Romans actually favor Hyrcanus. We'll talk more about that a little later on, and then we're introduced on the scene to some of our principal Roman dignitaries, and I want to give you historical background on that. Pompey moved eastward into Syria in 63. And with the conquest of Syria, Pompey paused to see what was going on down in Israel. Remember, Hyrcanus II and Aristobulus II, brothers, they're locked in this bitter dispute. Each of these claimants, feeling that he could not succeed with outside assistance and realizing that Pompey was positioned now ready to move into Israel, resolved to appeal to the Roman general. Both of them laid their case before Pompey, and finally he announced his preference for Hyrcanus. Aristobulus hastily prepared to defend Jerusalem, and after a siege of about 3 months, Pompey captured Jerusalem. Aristobulus was sent, along with some of his supporters, to Rome as a prisoner. When the Roman general seized Jerusalem, he horrified the Jews by entering into the Holy of Holies and doing some other deeds of profanation. Having disposed of Aristobulus, he now set up Hyrcanus as a ruler. But ruler in name only, ruler without a crown. He laid a heavy tribute upon the Jews, and with this alliance, Hebrew independence came to an end. Very brief, short-lived period in Jewish history. Now the Romans rule the Jews. The next 50 years are filled with all kinds of intrigues, revolts, bloody battles, changing fortunes for the Jews. Pompey had sided with Hyrcanus II, but Aristobulus II, that he had sent to Rome, managed to escape and return back to Israel. And so the civil war between the Jews starts all over again. Pompey had made a man by the name of Antipater the advisor of Hyrcanus II. Antipater was an Idumean, and he proved to be a very powerful influence. He won the favor of the Roman authorities, was a strong supporter of Pompey, and Pompey finally put him in power. In the meantime, affairs back at Rome had stabilized. Pompey and Julius Caesar had been in a battle for supremacy, and the contest was finally settled in the Battle of Pharsalus, Pharsalus, in 48 BC, and in this battle Pompey was killed. The time again, 48 BC. Julius Caesar is now the undisputed master of Rome. Antipater, who had supported Pompey, was clever enough, however, to convince Caesar of his loyalty to him, and Caesar therefore placed him into a position as the procurator of Judea, a position that was above that occupied by Hyrcanus. With the full support of Caesar, Antipater now becomes the powerful figure in Judea. Now this guy is something of an enigma. He's thoroughly loyal to Rome, but on the other hand, appears to be quite sympathetic to the Jews. treats them kindly, appears to be genuinely interested in their religious welfare, but the Jews hate him because he's an Idumean. Antipater had two sons. One of them, Phasaelus, and the other, Herod. Both of them later became procurators, one of the Galilee and the other of Judea. Antipater was poisoned after only a year in his position as the procurator of Judea. 3 years later, Caesar is assassinated in Rome, and that leaves the door open for Herod, the son of Antipater, to assume a position of authority in the land. Herod was born about 74 BC. And according to tradition, died somewhere around 4 to 6 BC. The same time approximately as the birth of Jesus. Probably more than any other person on the historical scene, Herod represented the Jews in his position as a Roman official. And as the official of the Roman government, he probably has more direct dealings with the Jews than any other before or following. After the death of Julius Caesar, the Roman Empire is divided among 3 triumvirs. Triumvirs, triumvirs. Octavius, Anthony, and Lepidus. Syria and the east fell to Anthony. Yes, this is the Anthony of Cleopatra. Anthony at the beginning was very favorable to Herod, and apparently there's a genuine friendship among the two. Herod further strengthened his position by marrying a very beautiful woman by the name of Miriam, who was the granddaughter of Hyrcanus II. She's spoken of as being one of the most beautiful women of her time. But you see what happens. With the marriage of Miriam, Herod now, although an Idumean, identifies himself with the Maccabean family. About this time, some kind of civil strife broke out among the Jews, and Herod turned to Rome to confer with Anthony and persuaded Anthony that he and he alone could save Israel and as a result, Anthony appointed Herod as ruler over all Judea. Of course, Anthony is enamored with whom? Cleopatra of Egypt. And, of course, their flirtation is known to every reader of history. And it's during this time of Anthony's courtship of Cleopatra that some kind of strife broke out between Anthony and Octavius. And in the decisive battle of Actium, Anthony was defeated. And only about a year later, he and Cleopatra committed suicide in Egypt. Octavius now became the emperor of Rome and assumed the title of Augustus. Caesar Augustus, the August Caesar. And this is going to be one of the most powerful Roman figures on the scene during the period of the reign of Herod the Great in Judea. Caesar Augustus. In the meantime, Herod the Great is fortifying his position in Judea. It was done through a lot of intrigue, murders. Many of the members of his family were killed, along with his wife Miriam, who he dearly loved, but in his madness thought that she was being unfaithful to him. He had her put to death, along with some of his sons. And after his death, his remorse was so great that some say that he went completely mad. And that from that time on, he was never in complete charge of his mental faculties. But nonetheless, yea or nay, the remainder of his rule was one literally of terror. And yet we've got to give credit where credit is due. In spite of all of this, he was an able ruler, did much for the country, and he wasn't called great for no reason. During his rule, most of the major building projects, some of them that still remain in the country to this day, were undertaken. For example, the temple in Jerusalem. For example, the great shrine that still stands over the cave of Machpelah at Hebron. The amphitheaters at various parts throughout the country. The other buildings and structures. According to tradition, Herod the Great had been born where? Many of you remember?
City by the sea, wasn't it?
Yeah? Yes. No.
Where the dogs are buried? Ashkelon.
Ashkelon. Yeah. Buried at Ashkelon. Or not buried at Ashkelon, but born in Ashkelon. And Ashkelon was one of the cities that, according to tradition, Herod fortified. Not just fortified, I shouldn't say fortified, but beautified. The last days of Herod were indescribably horrible, according to historians. They tell us that he was stricken with some kind of a foul disease, some kind of disease of the flesh that left his body or his flesh rotting. And it must have been some form of cancer. Skin cancer.
Roy.
Yes.
I have as far as him putting people to death, I have a couple of books at the house that maintain that he killed all the ruling Sadducees and appointed his own Sadducees to set in court for him. And it's a book about the different Sanhedrins. And one was called The Corrupt Sanhedrin, and one of the books is written by a Jewish man, and his premise is that it was the corrupt Sanhedrin that put Jesus on trial.
That is, I was going to say that is correct. What is correct is that he does do that. And that's what I say, that through these murders and intrigues and this, he strengthens his position.
So even in all of this, if it's true, if he killed off the original Sadducees or the ruling ones, you probably have a situation where it wasn't the Jewish community that revolted.
Well, I wouldn't. I think that's an oversimplification for the simple reason you're talking about 33 years between the time of Herod's death and the time of Jesus' crucifixion. Now, 30 years, that's a whole generation for the Sanhedrin. A whole new Sanhedrin could have been elected. But what I think is correct to say, that during this particular time, Herod fortifies his position, strengthened his position by appointing this religious aristocracy that still remains in ruling power to the time of Jesus.
Which the Jewish community viewed as evil.
That's exactly right. And which did not represent the mainstream of either Jewish thought or Jewish action. But to say that they were all sidekicks of Herod, I think would be taking it back historically too far. To say that they're part of temple aristocracy in the first century, that's right. He was the one who started the thing down the pathway. Yeah.
You see, that's where it's consistent with Herod being, if you will, a converted Jew, that the normative Jews didn't accept him as a regular Jew, and even by marrying Miriam, it doesn't qualify him as the leader of the faith, so to speak, and then we wind up with these kinds of situations, and the mainstream Jews just not liking the whole situation.
That's right. Yeah. Actually, he never converts to Judaism. He just wins favor by identifying himself with the with the Maccabees. He remains an Idumean. What his religion is rather hard to define. I think it would be a speculation to say that he was much of anything religiously. I think he was one of these kind of guys that played whatever political cards on the table need to be played at the time. Like Paul, he says, I become all things to all men, that I may win some thing. Okay. Let's review these historical events here. I don't have a chart to hand out for you except the chart of the Herods, the Herod family. That is so convoluted and difficult to keep track of that I just copied one off for you. The thing jumped out there and almost tripped me.
Did Herod end up dying from the skin disease?
What?
Did Herod end up dying from the skin disease?
Dead.
Dead and gone.
Completely dead. Where's the thing of the Herod family?
Everything's here. These are the witnesses and this. We have a parallel.
Everybody want to take a break for a minute? Yeah. Get started again. We've got a lot of material here we want to cover as fast as we can. Following our outline again. Do any of you have any questions before we get started on anything that we've covered? We don't want to get too far afield. Yeah, honey. Yeah, the break's over. Except the one in your neck.
Is there any wonder that they didn't have anything from Malachi down to Jesus? I mean, they were fighting all the time.
Oh, honey, we got a lot of stuff. A lot of...
I mean, it's the Old Testament today doesn't...
Yeah, but we've got a lot of written material during that period, and it has been accepted in some canons, in some it has not. And we'll talk about that material a little later on.
And I had another question about, like today, it seems in your news all the time, the physicians, the medical doctors, the AMA is quite big. And I'm just wondering, did they have like a sect, or did they belong to the priests in the Jewish culture, the medical care of the people? Was that a priestly duty, or was that another group of people that did that?
No, it could have been someone who was a priest that did medicine. But there's an interesting thing here in this regard, and it's not generally known, and very few people ever even discuss it. But although you see a great number of Jews today in the medical profession, practicing medicine, back then you didn't.
You had to know it, medicine?
What?
You had to know it?
No. See, the interesting thing is that for the Jews, the people of God, there wasn't any such thing as a miracle. They didn't have a concept of miracle as we have. We see something. We say, oh, that was a miracle. There's a big miracle. Folks today want to see miracles. But back then, they believed that as children of God, they just had it coming. And so instead of saying when Jesus appears on the scene, well, that's a miracle, we've never seen anything like that before, they said, rather, what manner of man is it that does these things? Because no man can do these things unless God is with him. And so most of the people relied on the religious leaders for miracles and healings, and then they had more of the kinds of remedies that we would call holistic types of medicine, with herbs and natural things, you see. Medicine and the practice of medicine was something for the pagans, something that the pagans did. And as a matter of fact, if you trace back historically the origins of medicine and pharmacology, it all has its origins where? in paganism. It all has its origins in paganism. And you see, for the people of God, they rely on God for healing.
Rather than drugs.
Yeah.
Right.
But if they didn't have God, then they had to rely on something else. And you see a lot of the medicinal practices and pharmacology and so on and so forth in the pagan cultures, where you don't see a lot of that in Judaism, until the practice of medicine becomes economically desirable. But now with the malpractice insurance getting as high as it is, why? You know, they say that our country is deteriorating so fast and things are getting so bad that by the year 2020, everybody in the world will be a lawyer.
I've often wondered if one of the reasons that Hanukkah is often celebrated as the festival of lights rather than dedication, because it was such a short period of time that the Jews wound up controlling the land, and after a while it was probably not very political to celebrate what in a lot of ways was a political victory, where to celebrate, like an 8-day festival of lights, focusing on that way, maybe was easier to swallow. Do you have anything to say on that?
Yeah, but before I do, I want to check something. I bet it's not in here. It don't be in a modern. It's only going to be in a modern dictionary, and I doubt that I'm going to find what I want to find here, but I'll take a minute and look anyway. I did find it. It's basically called Hanukkah, rather than the Festival of Lights. Festival of Lights is almost kind of a description of the event. But what was the principal thing that happened? The rededication of the temple. Now what does the Hebrew root Hanach mean?
She dedicated to teach.
Yeah. Beverly got it that Hanach is the root from which we get teach or instruct, and also train up, the verb, but also dedicate. Do any of you know what the word Hanach really means? Hanukkah. Sorry about that. To teach. Beverly does.
But I learned it from you.
Cody. But you learned it from me. Chanach, to teach. You know what to teach means? What does it mean? It means to rub the palate of a child with chewed dates. As a midwife, to rub the palate of a newborn child with oil, etc., before it begins to suck. In other words, chanach comes from the root that means to chew the date. And then they use this to rub the palate of the newborn infant to induce the sucking action, the nursing action. The idea is that whatever it is that you're eating, that's nourishing, that's sweet, that's conducive to growth, that you take that and take it out of your mouth and put it in the mouths of your children. So that's the reason why it says to train up your child, to bring up your child in the way that he should go, so that when he's old, he's not going to turn from it, or he's not going to part from it. Yeah. The number? Well, the number happens to be 2596 on page 335 in Brown Driver Bridge.
What was the number again?
2596. 2596. But the secondary meaning of it is to dedicate, of a formal opening of a new house, as in to dedicate or consecrate the temple. And the feminine noun is dedication or consecration. And here it's got, for example, the rededication of the temple by Judas Maccabees in 1 Maccabees 4:52 and following. Of dedication. The reason why I mention that is because I think that there's a link between the concept of dedication and education, or training. See what I'm saying? And I think that whole idea is probably, I don't want to say superior to what it is that you pointed out, but probably carries more of what their thinking was in that regard. All right, let's hurry on down the line here. Jesus was born during the latter days of the life of Herod the Great, and born in the Holy Land, the land of Israel, Palestine, whatever you want to call it, at a time when it was under Roman rule. So that we might say that Jesus lived in the Roman world of the first century. It's customary for students to think of the first Christian century as ancient times. But the simple fact of the matter is that this was not the case in the Roman world of the first century, since the world was already ancient, centuries old. The people had inhabited the land not for centuries, but for millennia before the appearance of Jesus of Nazareth on the scene. And by the time that we have the appearance of Jesus of Nazareth on the scene in the Roman world, the whole cultural, political, civilization had changed, as we mentioned previously, from this type of city-states, the mounds or the tells, into now these very highly developed, well-formed, planned out, government-ruled, sophisticated cities of the first century. The period from the time of known civilization up to the birth of Christ is about 4 times longer than the period from Christ down to our own.
Should be about 8,000 years.
Yeah, of what we could look at is more or less, I hate to use the term recorded history, but known history. It's fairly well known to us from archaeology. The Roman Empire lay all around the shores of the Mediterranean Sea. The word Mediterranean, by the way, means in the midst of the land. Med is midst and terra is land. Mediterranean means in the midst of the land. And life in the first century centered around this body of water. Which was the center of historic events, movements of peoples, trade, and commerce. The eastern boundary of the empire was the Euphrates River. And you can go back to your map that I gave you earlier here. It says Africa, Arabia, the New Testament world. The eastern division of it went over to the Euphrates River, while westward it extended all the way over to the Atlantic Ocean. It reached up to the Danube River in Europe. We don't go up that far on the little map that I gave you, but it did nonetheless extend that far, and went southward all of the way down to the Sahara. This vast territory was dominated by many different nations that had been finally in the first century subdued by the Roman army and was held in absolute control by Rome. It's estimated that these subdued groups of peoples made up a population of approximately 100 million people who paid tribute to and took orders from the Roman government, who had its headquarters at the city of Rome on the Tiber River. We really ought to think in terms of this period of time, though, as the Greco-Roman period, rather than just exclusively Roman, because it, even though it was dominated in the first century by Rome, there is nonetheless that Hellenistic or Greek element that so greatly influenced the art and the literature, the architecture, so on and so forth, of the peoples of Rome. And even the Jews, despite their fierce tenacity to the teachings of their fathers, were almost completely overcome at times by these pagan ideas, philosophies, ways of life. The Romans gave to our world in the first century the ideas or concepts of government, principles of politics, administration. But the Greeks, they were the molders of intellectual life. And Greek influence dominated the culture of the entire civilized world. Politically, we could say it was Roman, but culturally, it was Greek. Socially, it was pagan. Religiously, Greco-Oriental. One may say that the Greek influence was even greater than the Roman influence, because after the fall of the Hellenistic Empire to Rome, Rome did not attempt to eradicate the Greek philosophies, thought, or the Greek way of life. In fact, the Romans became the imitators of the Greek culture, the Greek way of life. It was not uncommon for a Roman to be taught by his Greek slave. And so the saying, Greece captive led, enthralled her captor. Greece captive led, enthralled her captor. The Greek culture was the most powerful intellectual influence in all history. Hellenism, the Greek way of life, was to the Greeks a sacred trust to be given to the world, and they were passionately devoted to its promulgation, its propagation. Perhaps in no other area did the Greeks achieve such heights, attain to such heights, as in philosophy. Of course, it couldn't have done so without the vehicle of the language that we've already talked about as being one of the most perfect, refined, magnificently beautiful languages in all the world. But we can't think of philosophy at all. We can't even talk about it without paying tribute to the Greeks who contributed so much to its development. Pythagoras, Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, Zeno, Epicurus, and on and on and on and on. These are names that are well known to almost any college student whether or not they've studied philosophy or not. They're names that we just run into in our education along the way. Through the centuries of development, philosophy reached its heights with Socrates, Plato, Aristotle. But what is philosophy, by the way? Philosophia. Exactement. It comes from philo, which means love, and sophia, which is wisdom. The love of wisdom. It's a search for wisdom, for knowledge, for understanding. It's related to life. Essentially, Christianity is a philosophy, a system of thought, because it also reaches out and touches our lives. And because of this, because Christianity is also basically a philosophy, it's inevitable that this system of thought should come in contact with, and in many instances conflict with, the philosophical schools of Hellenistic Greece. And slowly but surely, these philosophical schools are forced to give ground, forced to give way as Christianity makes its impact. Did you have a question, Ron?
I have, yes. If there was one big difference between the Jew and the Greek, what would it be? What separated them?
Anybody want to answer that?
The Jews studied the reverence God, and the Greeks studied to find the more practical way to do things.
Okay, yeah, it's just as simple as both of you are right. You went into more of an explanation, but Charlie just got to the kernel of the thing. The difference in their philosophies was that for the Jews, God was at the center of everything. And the Greeks sat around wondering if there was one. And if there was, how do we understand him? And how do we explain him? And they spent more time explaining him away.
Lord, Judaism predicates that there is no theology. Everything that I can go and bring all my theological books, they all differ, so that makes them philosophies rather than theology.
Yeah. Yeah. But theology is just a definition. It's just a word that defines theologos. What is your word about God? What do you think about God? Yeah, and whatever you think about God is your philosophy.
Dr. Bluth, could I take a moment, take this one more step? If we determined the difference between the Greek and the Jew, then what would we say about the Roman? Where did he stand?
Same place with the Greek.
Thank you.
Same place with the Greek.
Isn't it more than just God, this concept of one God?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's the reason why I said Charlie's right on, because Charlie said Yud, Hey, Vav, Hey. And that eliminates anything and everything else. At the time of Jesus, there are 4 schools of philosophy contending for mastery. The first was Platonism, then Aristotelianism, Epicureanism, and Stoicism. And these four systems had all arisen out of Socrates' great key word in his philosophy, which was what? Know thyself. Platonism, Aristotelianism, Plato, Aristotle, Epicurus, and what's the fourth one? Stoicism. Who gave us Stoicism? Zeno. Zeno. Z-E-N-O. Stoic. Prior to Socrates, philosophy dealt with the external. But as a result of Socrates' teachings, the emphasis began to shift from the external now to the internal, to the introspective, to the self, and thus his key word in his philosophy is know thyself. Now, Aristotle dealt mainly with physics and metaphysics. Plato was chiefly concerned with ethics and ascetics. Epicurus and Zeno gave consideration to the problem, how should one best act in the world? Epicurus said, well, one should have a good time, not worry about the consequences. Let's get on with the party. Zeno, on the other hand, held that one should be brave and proud and uncomplaining, even in the face of adversity and suffering. And in doing so, elevated himself among the level of the beasts of the field. Now, what would you think would be the net result of all of these philosophies summed up in one word? That's a good one. That's a good word. Confusion.
It's an attempt to find your purpose in life, aren't they?
Yeah.
Godless.
Well, no, they weren't really godless. They just didn't know what God was.
Well, okay.
Wouldn't that result in religion?
Oh, yeah, they were very religious.
But I mean, the law.
Listen, you know what all philosophies lead to? This is one reason why I got out of philosophy. I've got an undergraduate major in philosophy. Philosophy doesn't answer any questions.
That's right.
And as a matter of fact, the more you study philosophy, the less sense that any of it makes. And that leads to what? Skepticism. Skepticism.
Skepticism about what?
Everything. And especially the deep questions that related to the human soul, to life, man's purpose in life. Why am I here? What's the purpose in me being?
Well, were they ancient?
to try to answer a question like that?
No. Philosophy couldn't answer it. That's the reason why these philosophies actually serve as the preparation for the answers that first century Judaism and later on the Messianic movement that centers around Jesus of Nazareth are going to prepare to answer. In other words, the point is, you see, that the world is waiting for an answer.
For the purpose of what? For the purpose of Jesus.
Of what's the meaning of life?
It's marvelous in all these other areas. You know, they built temples.
Yeah. Yeah, but what's the meaning behind it all?
They couldn't answer that question. And that explains why Christianity was accepted.
Why it was so quickly accepted.
All right.
Yeah, by all peoples. Greeks, Romans, wherever. Because it answered questions. There were great universities and libraries all over the world in the first century. Tarsus, Paul's hometown, Alexandria, Pergamum, Athens. Distinguished scholars lectured at these centers, and some lecturers traveled from city to city. The Roman writers such as Caesar, Cicero, Virgil, Lucretius, Horace, they had already passed off of the scene by the first century, but their works were still being read, being taught in these colleges and universities. In other words, the point is these people weren't illiterate. They were very educated. Many of them were graduates of some of the finest universities of their day. They were fluent in many different languages. When we start talking about language, and we talk about Hebrew, and we talk about Greek, and we talk about Hebrew being the spoken language of the people of Judea, we have to watch ourselves that we don't get into a rut of monolingualism. About the only people on the face of the earth, even today, that are monolingual are Americans. Anywhere and everywhere you go, people are multilingual. And in the first century, there were many languages that were being spoken by the peoples in the Greco-Roman world. Of course, we might say that Greek and Latin and Hebrew and Aramaic are the most important for the purposes of our study. But by no means should we think that this was an ignorant or unenlightened age, because we're still studying the philosophies of these great scholars of 2,000 years ago. And there's not been any significant change that's been made in philosophy from that day down till this. So we're talking about an age of intellectualism, an age of enlightenment. But the chief criticism or shortcoming of such activity was that it limited civilization of people into two classes, basically. The upper class and the no class. There was no program for the ones in between, for the middle class. And so most of the people of the lower classes and the middle class were illiterate. And we're talking about in the Greco-Roman world. We're not talking about in the Hebrew culture. What did they study besides philosophy? Well, the mathematicians at Alexandria had already in the first century made marvelous and remarkable advances in astronomy. Teachers of medicine and surgery were far advanced. The science of pharmacy and pharmacology was already in use. Architecture, sculpture, painting, music, law, oratory were all widely taught and practiced. Professional writers or scribes reproduced manuscripts which book dealers then retailed to the public. It was a very, we might say, sophisticated world in the first century. And should any of you doubt its grandeur, come go along with me sometime to Israel, Greece, Rome, and see the remains of a culture and a civilization that is in many ways far more magnificent than and splendiferous than anything you might expect to see in our own.
Well, wouldn't it be fair to say, Roy, that these efforts to make a better life enriched many people's lives in the world?
Certainly.
It's the beauty of the world.
Certainly. It still enriched ours down to today.
So all you got to add to this is a good religious system.
All you've got to add to it is an answer.
All right.
To the deepest questions that man is asking, and it's the same question that was asked by Job. If a man die, will he live again? And that's what people are wanting to know. Now, under Roman rule, the empire reached its highest state of perfection under Augustus Caesar, often called Octavian. A rule from 31 BC to 14 AD. Now remember, this is the Caesar Augustus, under whom the decree goes out that the whole world should be taxed. The one who is emperor when Jesus of Nazareth is born on the scene.
The big statement that in the Hebrew culture it was not true that there was this large mass of unlearned people in the
That's correct.
Is there a translational problem then, or what, with the word in Acts where it says the Sanhedrin referred to Peter and whoever was with them that they were ignorant and unlearned men? Does that simply mean that they've not been to rabbi school or something, or does it mean they...
Close, but I'll mention that more in detail a little later on. In the first century, there were very sophisticated educational system. All of the children went to school up to a certain age. Then beyond that age, the more gifted went on to what we would call high school, and then on into what we would call a college or a university, into various academies for advanced studies. And you have several different academies, several different schools, several different centers of learning. One being Jerusalem and the other being the Galilee. The ones in Jerusalem look down on the ones up in the Galilee, and they consider them to be ignorant, but not in the sense of uneducated or unlearned. This word ignorant in Hebrew is am haaretz, which means just a common ordinary person, and not one who's graduated from some rabbinical academy. But the common ordinary individual had been educated up to a point. They may not have gone to some religious academy, they might not have graduated from some rabbinical school, but most of them had the whole Bible committed to memory. And as a matter of fact, all of that is talked about in Professor Flusser's book, also in some of the articles written by Professor Safrai, but I call to mind one passage here in this book, Jewish Sources in Early Christianity, by Professor Flusser, and I'll try to quickly find it for you. 34, 62. Actually, it would be the last one. 68. Well, naturally, it's not the last one.
That verse of scripture is used by a great many people to claim that it's far superior to be enlightened and directly from God and to have revelation from God than to study and learn.
Yeah, and you know where that idea comes from? It comes from the philosophical, mystical schools. Mysticism. And not Kabbalah.
You think that book's going to come back in print?
I don't know. I would think so. Well, I hate to spend a lot of time trying to find it, but Professor Flusser has a statement here about education and the fact that there's a common saying I just figured out that the reason why I can't find it, Jerry, is because it's not in this book. It's in another book that I don't have with me. It has to do with woman and Jewish law. And if I can get someone to remind me, I'll bring the book tomorrow. But there's a quote in it that's also a quote from Jewish literature that says at this one particular historical period of time that there couldn't be found a single person, a man, a woman, a boy, or a girl who was not thoroughly conversant in all of the laws regarding ceremonial cleansing. And again, if you just remind me, I'll bring the book. Rather than you take my word for it, I'd prefer to give you the exact quote. But again, to answer your question, it has to do with this rivalry. And we see the same kind of thing today, a certain academic snobbery. If you don't graduate from a certain institution or you don't have this particular kind of a degree, then you're really not educated. If you haven't gone to the University of Texas. We were talking about Caesar Augustus, and I want to quickly mention that under his rule, one of the world's most efficient organizations was perfected, with the resulting era of peace, of security, progress that has seldom been equaled. And that organization was the Roman government. And it's probably impossible for us to fully appreciate the contribution that Caesar Augustus, or Octavian, made to the world in preparing for the gospel message of Jesus Christ. Rome, it was said, saved the decaying Hellenism. And Hellenism reciprocated by turning upon Rome the enchanting powers of her superior culture and religious influence. The Romans had soon adopted education, philosophy, the religion of Greece, and by spreading the stabilizing, organizing effects of her imperial administration over the Hellenistic world, the empire rescued the waning results of the Greek civilization and opened the way for its renewed and continued advancement. And we can talk about these contributions somewhat more in detail. Number one, the Roman Empire had established Roman peace. And so everywhere people lived in peace, and life and property were secure. Commerce flourished. Peaceful pursuits were enjoyed. Number two, the famous Roman roads, which spanned the empire, made travel easy, united all of these various nations under Roman authority. One great route ran from Ephesus and Asia Minor all of the way east to the Euphrates River. Another stretched from the Adriatic Sea far to the east. And then many smaller roads in other parts of the empire made travel, trade, communication relatively easy. Some of these roads, portions of them, remain even until this very day. Any of you that have been with me to Israel, you've either consciously or unconsciously ridden on or walked on some of the old Roman roads. And many of you will remember along the sides of the roads the Roman mile markers that designated how far it was from one place to the other, one city to the other. And this is throughout the whole empire. 3. The Mediterranean Sea, which was so important to trade and commerce, but had for so long been plagued and plundered by pirates, was cleared of this menace by the ships of Imperial Rome. And these ships sailed back and forth and back and forth, keeping the various peoples of the empire in touch one with the other. Over these roadways, over the sea lanes, Paul and the other apostles and disciples would travel carrying the gospel message to the uttermost parts of the world. But the greatest, unquestionably, the greatest contribution made by the Roman government to the world was in the field of government and law. The patterns of their government, instituted 2,000 years ago, has been imitated by scores of nations down until this very day. The two principal authorities in the Roman government were, number 1, the emperor, and number 2, the Senate. And the Senate was made up of several hundred prominent leaders who had gained prestige and power, usually by wealth, just as our politicians today. Not brains. The Senate was supposed to serve as a check to the power of the emperor. But the emperor had power not only to veto the action of the Senate, but also to remove a senator from office. So, in essence, the emperor was the absolute authority of the day. Each conquered nation became a province of Rome, generally speaking. And such a state was allowed to retain their own laws, their own customs, so long as they didn't challenge or pose a threat to the Roman. In some instances, they were allowed even to keep their own rulers. But in all cases, they were subject of Rome, under its control, and paid taxes. Now, because of the historical importance of these emperors, I want to give you just a little brief thumbnail sketch of them. Did we have a handout to pass out of the Roman emperors? A list of the emperors? Well, you can jot them down real quick if I didn't make one. There's so many of them in these various books, you can look at them also as we go down the line. Augustus, we'll start with him, 31 to 14, 31 BC, 14 CE, because he was the ruler at the time of Jesus' birth. Luke 2 and 1. Now, in the days of Caesar Augustus, there went forth a decree out of Rome that the whole world should be taxed. And again, as I mentioned earlier, it was really him that put the Roman world on its foundation and gave it security that it enjoyed not only in Jesus' day, but in generations for centuries to come. He established an era of peace and gave us the famous Pax Romana, which contributed greatly to the spread of Christianity. He not only was one of the ablest emperors, but probably we would have to say that he was one of the great statesmen of all history. He was succeeded by Tiberius, AD 14 to 37, or CE 14 to 37. Tiberius Caesar, after whom the city of Tiberias was named, turned out to be a despot, inefficient, unscrupulous, and fortunately had but little contact with Judaism or Christianity. Then there was Caligula, 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 37 to 41, who was one of the most disgraceful and despotic rulers of all. He was the one who, by the way, encouraged the idea of emperor worship.
Did he elect his horse to stand?
Yeah. Vain, fanatical. Then Claudius, 41 to 54. And despite the fact that he was basically a weakling, his reign was basically one of peace and prosperity, and it was during his rule that much of Paul's missionary endeavors took place. Although Claudius doesn't deserve any credit for it. Then Nero, 54 to 68, this is crazy Nero, unquestionably the most vile and vicious of the Roman rulers. His persecution of the Christians is probably so well known that we need not to go into any of the shameful chapters in his brutal reign.
Nero, 54 to 68?
Yeah. What did I say? 54 to 68.
That's right. Okay.
He had the city of Rome burned in 64 and then blamed it on the Christians. Now it was during his reign that Paul, Peter, thousands of Christians were martyred. His unpopularity grew to such a degree that he finally committed suicide. Then Vespasian, 69 to 79, won the title of emperor through his army. What was his son's name? Titus. Titus became emperor after the death of Vespasian and ruled from 79 to 81. And at times, Titus and Vespasian, father and son, fought right alongside of one another in battle at the same site, the principal one being at Gamla. Remember Gamla, the northern Masada? Vespasian and Titus both fought right along side by side.
Can you spell his name, please?
Vespasin.
Okay, thank you.
Domitian, Domition, 81 to 96, was an able administrator, but guilty of great cruelty. And it was during his reign that some of the fierce persecutions of Christians occurred. And it was during the reign of Domitian that the New Testament era, the apostolic period, comes to a close with the death of John.
Did the Roman Empire come to power in 53 BCE?
Yeah, BCE, with Pompey.
With Pompey. Military.
Yeah, I mean, it was the first step. There's a series of events that leads up to it, but that's the first step. Now, the Pax Romana that gave the impetus to commerce, industry, was enforced by the Roman army. Roman soldiers were stationed everywhere. Military men occupied the most influential places. And they were so respected that after they retired, they were granted special privileges and even were granted special towns in which to live. One of these, by the way, was the Roman colony of Colonia in Israel, the outskirts of Jerusalem, which we know today was biblical Emmaus. We've been able to pinpoint, to identify it exactly, and we even have found the old Roman road leading from Jerusalem down to Emmaus, which is known today as Moza. Moza, which is just in the bottom of the valley as one goes up the mountain winding around to the city of Jerusalem. Many of you that have been with me to Israel have been past Moza, been past Colonia, and as a matter of fact, we can still see the ruins of the foundations of the walls of the buildings of the old Roman colony of Colonia at biblical Emmaus. And I mentioned it just because it's an example of what we're talking about here. The fact that the Roman soldiers were everywhere. They were the ones that guaranteed the peace, and it was the peace that led to the economic development of the empire. And the development of the great cities. And naturally, Rome was the leading city, but then there was Athens, the city of culture and commerce, and Corinth, the center of commerce. Then Thessalonica and Philippi, great centers of life and activity. In Asia, Ephesus was world famous as the home of the goddess Artemis, or she's also called Diana of the Ephesians. Magnificent commercial city. How many of you have ever been to Ephesus? Anybody ever been to Ephesus? I know of no city, no archaeological remains anywhere in the world as magnificent, as monumental, as breathtaking as those at the city of Ephesus. In the first century, in Paul's day, there was an amphitheater at Ephesus, the ruins of which are still preserved, that seated 28,000 people. The size of the city, the art, the architecture boggles the mind.
Ephesus in Rome? I'm sorry, in Italy?
Asia.
In Asia.
Actually, it's in Turkey right now. In which part of Turkey? Ephesus. Yeah.
Dr. Blizzard, could we go back to this Emmaus thing where, I understand you said Roman soldiers, this is kind of a colony or a type of place for them to live?
Retired Roman soldiers.
Retired.
Yeah, after they retired, they were granted a retirement, a place to live, supported by a pension, and this one particular one is well known to us. It's called Colonia, and in the Roman writings of the period, it's mentioned that this was also the site of Emmaus. And there's a linguistic affinity from the Latin to the Greek, and the Greek to the Hebrew, Motza, Emmaus. Emmaus in a Greek means a gushing forth, like a spring gushing forth, and Motza in Hebrew means the same thing, a gushing forth, like a artesian well or a spring. So there's
retirement, rank didn't mean anything in that community, right? Once they were retired, whether they were, let's say, a private or a lieutenant, they could...
No, rank did mean.
It did mean
Oh,
something?
yes. Just like today, rank determined...
rank has a
yeah, exactement. How high they were depend upon what kind of retirement they were going to get, what kind of a house they were going to get, what kind of privileges they were going to get. Rank meant everything. Tarsus, the home of Paul, was called no mean city. Remember? Doesn't mean that the folks there were not mean. It means that it was not just a small bird, so to speak. In Egypt, Memphis and Thebes were still thriving and important cities. And of course then Alexandria, that we've already mentioned, that served as a great intellectual center, the home of the great library, a center of trade, cosmopolitan center. But given all of that, and having said all of that, there's a great deal of evidence that insofar as family and social life is concerned, that there is a considerable decline in the first century because of two extremes that prevail. The political and military leaders, as a result of conquest, were extremely rich. Although there's just a handful of them, comparatively speaking, they hold the wealth of the empire. And on the other hand, there are millions of extremely poor people who had little, if any, property, whose employment was either non-existent or uncertain, whose existence was extremely difficult, and what middle class that there was, without any kind of social order, couldn't exist very long. So that it was practically non-existent. Slavery was an institution that was firmly entrenched and which few questioned. The extent of it was amazing. In order to even occupy a place of respectability in the community, a family had to have a minimum of 10 slaves. Prominent families considered anything less than 200 inadequate. And some owned thousands of them. Slave markets were common sights on the streets of Rome.
And slaves came from conquered countries.
Yes. And their lot was extremely hard. In legal language, they were not even called human beings. Personae. They were called res. R-E-S. Res. Things. They weren't called people, they were called things. They were bought, sold for property. They were mated like cattle, and their offspring were sold as the increase of the herd. Runaway slaves were branded with the letter F for fugitive on the forehead. And yes, go ahead.
You're describing Rome, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm describing the whole Roman Empire. The whole empire. Now, the other side of the coin is that we can perhaps understand why they were so cruelly treated once we understand that almost all of the slaves were captives from other nations, other empires, who allowed a measure of freedom could pose a potential threat to the empire or to the security of the government. And Tacitus states that under the rule of Augustus and Tiberius, Tacitus happens to be a very well-known Roman historian, that under the rule of Augustus and Tiberius, and this projects us again back into the days and times of Jesus, that half the population of the empire was made up of slaves. Yes, 50%.
The majority of those were captives.
Yes.
Okay. You said there was a whole bunch of them that had little or no money and their existence was difficult, and middle class was almost non-existent. Where did their money come from?
The middle class, what middle class there was, probably worked as merchants in small shops or factories, or even had their own little home businesses, such as a carpenter shop or a sandalar, shoe cobbler, or some such.
But the people that are in total poverty, are people who really don't have an option for anything. Slaves are taking everything.
That's right. They were usually indentured servants or slaves who worked for somebody else.
Now, were they treated differently than the slaves that from
Yes. Now, there was another class of slaves, actually, since Lowe raised the question. There were two classes. One was a class of slaves who were slaves by profession or vocation. They sold themselves into slavery. They were slaves by choice, because there was a certain amount of security in being a slave. And a lot of them actually were treated quite humanely, quite nicely, and even had intimate, friendly relationships with their owners. And the reason why I'm mentioning all of this to you is because we're going to deal with one book in the biblical text that talks about the treatment of a master and his slave, vice versa. And the slave's name was Onesimus, who had evidently had a certain amount of freedom with his master and abused it and took some of his master's property and ran off. And now he had second thoughts about it and wanted to come back. And what is that book? Philemon. And Paul admonishes him to receive him back as a brother. He doesn't admonish him to receive him back as a slave, but to receive him back as a brother. Now, there was secondly here a large class of individuals who had received their freedom, and they were called freedmen. Freedmen. You remember the synagogue of the freedmen mentioned in the book of Acts? These are individuals who had purchased their freedom in one way or the other, even either by money or through some kind of a deed of kindness.
Well, does that mean that they sold themselves into slavery at one point in time?
Could be or could not be.
Well, how would a slave that was a conquered slave ever earn his freedom? His master would agree to...
By some kind of a deed of kindness, some kind of a deed of valor, some act that spared the family, all kinds of ways. I think whenever we talk about the life and times of the Greeks and the Romans in the first century, the conditions, situation, that it's customary to think of the morals of these people as being unspeakably vile. But this is not altogether true, because we have a great deal of evidence to demonstrate that there were many good people. And in fact, there are many evidences to indicate that family life in the first century was in many instances wholesome. The virtue hadn't entirely perished. But our problem is that we tend to judge their morality and their sense of ethics by our morality and our sense of ethics, you see, where their whole concept of what's moral and what is immoral, of what's ethical and what's unethical, is quite different than our own. So it's unfair to judge these people by our own standards of morals and ethics. If we're going to do that, then we could say, well, on a whole, the morals of the people was quite low. Immorality was openly displayed. Yes, Ken.
Was the idea of having slaves an idea that was introduced into the Jewish or the Hebrew culture at the time of the first century, or did that exist many, many hundreds of years in Jewish?
What about Abraham?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know.
No, it goes way, way, way back.
So these ideas are not just starting with Rome.
No. No.
No.
Where do they start trying to speak questions?
Oh, they start back as early as recorded human history. However far back we can trace, that's where it starts. Now, if you're going to read from some writings about the social life in the first century, you're going to read that immorality is openly displayed and that divorce multiplied so rapidly that family life decayed and so on and so forth. The simple fact of the matter is that their whole concepts in their social system regarding marriage, divorce, family life was quite different than our own.